Christina, we have an empty seat up here.
Yeah.
Where was your seat? Wasn't that it? Same district, right? Same district? Come on up.
Here's a copy.
Okay, so we're gonna get going here.
About 5 minutes in a minute. Okay, start the webinar.
Recording in progress.
Okay, we will begin now the Wednesday, January 21st, regular meeting of the Marina City Council. We have a roll call, please, Anita.
Councilmember McCarthy,
Here.
Councilmember McAdams, Councilmember Biala,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Fisher,
Here.
Mayor Delgado.
Here. All right, are there any changes to the closed session agenda?
Thank you, Mayor. There are no changes.
Okay, let's go to public comment on any closed session items, starting with in person. This is closed session only, which regards anticipated litigation different than last night's potential litigation. Is that correct? And existing litigation with the Museum of Handcar Technology versus City of Marina, performance evaluation with our city manager, Lock Patent Park, real property negotiation, equestrian center, property negotiation, and conference with legal counsel and chief of police for consultation threat to public services regarding cybersecurity, some longstanding issue we've been dealing with for a few months. Okay, so those are the issues that we're seeking public comment for now. And let's start with the public here.
Hello, council members. Christina Medina Dirksen, resident of Marina. Thank you for your service. We very much appreciate you. I'd like to address you about closed session matter 4E, and that is the Marina Equestrian Center. I'm noticing here that there is a negotiating party by the name of Douglas Hartran. As a member of the public, I would like to remind you that we do have a concession agreement that did not allow for any sub-assignments, as far as I remember. It also had very clear obligations as far as the concessionaire not being able to board horses. There has been some rumors that has been happening, some private boarding. There also was other matters in there about holding events out there and what they look like. So I urge you to look at the concession agreement before I'm not sure what you're doing, and I'm sure you're going to use your best judgment, but I really would urge you to first go back, perhaps consult with our city attorney and go through it with a fine-tooth comb and make sure that the negotiating party has the ability to negotiate. And secondly, that the terms of the agreement are being upheld, because there were some automatic cancellations of that agreement. So I urge you to please do your due diligence. I also, there's one more matter on that. I guess I forgot, but essentially, please take a look at the agreement before you make any decision. Oh, what I was going to say is, can you please provide the public an update of what has happened? It's happened periodically where we've had the mayor talk where it's been on agenda matter. I'd like to know how much money is coming in, how much money the city has been allocating towards it, the status of the agreement, those kind of things that were part of the agreement. I would request that you come back and perhaps just give a public comment about that. And then if I could have your attention on, what was the other one? Sorry, there was another matter that I wanted to.
It's okay. You still have time.
I think that's it. And I know it's been a trying week for you all and for our city. So thank you sincerely from the public for what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christina. Okay, not seeing anyone else rising in person. We'll go online and again remind people that we have a very specific closed session agenda that we're looking for public comment now. There'll be opportunity for public comment on the open agenda. At at 6:30. But for now, let's go to Caitlin Dempsey. And Caitlin, we're working on unmuting you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, Caitlin, we can hear
Okay,
you.
great. I'm also commenting about the Marina Equestrian Center. I'm confused as to why the negotiations are being done in closed session, given that the former RFP process was done as a public discussion. It doesn't seem to be that this contract is available publicly. And there was a statement by the National Park Service, which has restrictions on the deed, that the city of Marina is not allowed. It says leases and granting of easements or any property rights are not allowed. And yet this is being listed under real property negotiations. And I have an email from September 8th, 2022 from David Siegenthaler from the National Park Service asking him to clarify that. And he said that the city is not allowed to lease this land. So if we could get a statement as to why this is being done in closed session instead of for the public's view. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Caitlin. And maybe we'll get back to that as soon as public comment is over. Caroline, please proceed if you're there.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. So I wanted to first begin. I believe I could speak on this matter. I'm not sure if it is going to be discussed during closed session. It does have the same penal code as yesterday's agenda item, so I'm unsure, but I'm talking about item A. So I wanted to begin by expressing my deepest condolences to the family and loved ones of Ronald Tinsley, who lost his life. Yes.
Caroline, let
Yes.
me ask the city attorney. I think this is a completely different issue. Let me refer to our city attorney and we'll give you back your time in just a moment.
Yes, that is a completely different issue.
Okay, thank you. It wasn't clear on the agenda item. Thank you. I wasn't available to speak in person. Might I ask a question, though, why we weren't able to view the meeting yesterday via Zoom?
Yeah, I think we can take that question. City manager?
In discussions with our city attorney, and given the tight time frame, and it was just a closed session. Typically on our closed sessions, we don't do that, and so we just thought it would work to do it in person, and that was the decision that we made. Is completely legal, and we felt it was appropriate at time. We were not expecting the large crowd that came out in person.
So Caroline, that's how we normally do closed session only meetings. So we followed our precedents to do that. Do you have more time, Caroline, if you'd like to speak on any of the closed session items before us?
Thank
And
you.
you're welcome to come.
I do not have anything else to say. Thank you.
Please consider coming back at 6:30 to talk about the issues that you would like to talk about, okay?
Thank you. Will do.
Okay, let's go. Excuse me. Let's go to Ms. Cannon. Welcome, Ms. Cannon.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
A little low, but we can barely hear you.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Better?
Not too much. You can try to proceed and I'll tell you if it's difficult.
Okay, I'll just speak louder. So I am referring to the item on the closed session regarding the Marina Equestrian Center. I wanted to ask, who is this person that you're negotiating with? It is my understanding he is a manager of Chaparral Corporation. He is not, as listed per the most recent corporation filing with the state of California. He is not an owner or a partner of this corporation. And I want to confirm, is this an assignment attempt or what exactly is going on here? Because again, the contract is not available in a public records request. I'm not sure why, but this would require an RFP. And where is the due diligence? Several years ago, there was zero due diligence performed on this vendor as confirmed by the city manager to me personally. This included zero audited P&Ls, bank statements, verification of tax returns, or a review of their many lawsuits. Since occupancy, their other locations in San Francisco and Yosemite were shut down after an in-depth multi-part news expose regarding horse neglect and abuse, and other locations in Milpitas, Los Gatos, and most recently in Woodside, California, were also shut down. Currently, there was a citation for criminal animal neglect abuse, which resulted in the death of a horse, one of the horses that was at Marina, that I asked and begged the city of Marina to help get this horse some help. Her name was Honey. She died during a heat wave, a horrible death, and the manager of Chaparral has been cited for that neglect. These are all things that we had warned were going to happen that fell upon deaf ears. And so really the big question is, what is going on out there? Who is this person? What is going on? And there really should be more transparency with the city on what is going on with this operator and what the plans are for the future. It would be awesome, as the other speaker just spoke, according to the parks, David, the representative for the National Park Service, he confirmed with me also that the intent was not to have this leased as a private company for the benefit of a private company. And according to the California Constitution, Section 16, Article 6, this gift of public funds is against the law. So I just wanted to put all of these out there and make sure that you are aware before you get in any further with this negotiation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cannon, very much. Very on-point comments. Let's go to Jasmine. Good evening, Jasmine.
I'm here.
We
Can
can
you
hear
hear me?
you
Okay.
loud and clear.
My name's Jasmine Ruvalcaba. I'm a Marina citizen, and I just would like to know how Chaparral has held up their agreement with the city since they've taken over the Marina Equestrian Center. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jasmine. Thanks for joining us. Okay, we'll hold public comment for another moment open in case anyone who hasn't spoken and wishes to do so can raise your hand and during that moment. All right, we'll close public comment, and our process for questions is for city staff to get back to you. I'll turn it over to our city manager so he can explain what that next step might look like.
Well, and the items on closed session those are closed session discussions with the council. And so those things we will not be discussing with the council or with the public. We anticipate getting some direction from the council, and based on that, we'll proceed. Those things that we can talk with the public about, we certainly will do that and make them aware of what is going on in future plans at the Equestrian Center.
Okay, so for those couple or two or three people that asked about the status of the Equestrian Center, when might we get back to them with the status?
Depending on tonight, I think very soon we can update the public on where things are at.
Okay. All right. Thank you, everyone. Caitlin, Carolyn, Jasmine, Ms. Cannon, and Christina for commenting on this closed session agenda. So we'll come back here at 6:30.
Recording in progress.
Okay, thank you for being here, everyone. We have a large agenda tonight. We're probably going to go very late. We just came from closed session. We started at 5 p.m. And what we do at this time is ask our city attorney, Renee Ortega, to my right, to report what we did in closed session, if there's anything that's reportable.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So council held closed session yesterday evening and just moments ago as well, and council took no reportable action. And that's my report.
All right, we have Councilmember McCarthy. Councilmember McAdams is on Zoom. Myself, Bruce Delgado, Mayor, Kathy Biala, City Council Person, Elizabeth Fisher, Mayor Pro Tem, and we just heard from Renee Ortega, our City Attorney, and to my left is Lane Long, our City Manager. Our staff tonight, our Public Works Director, Ishmael, our Finance Director, Tori, our new City Engineer, Scott. He's only 1 week old. Randy is our Police Chief. Dre is kind of acting like our Director of Recreation and Cultural Services. Wasn't of her choosing, but she's doing a great job with recreation in so many ways. Mark is our interim Fire Department Chief. We're so glad to have him. Probably is going to be our future fire chief, but he's not going to let you know that yet. He's going to be so excited about his year or so as interim chief. He's not going to want to let it go. And Belinda is the boss as the Human Resources Department Director. Mark can't get his job without her processing his paperwork. So he's always very nice to Belinda, as everybody is. Belinda went to Japan with us. And Korea too? Just Japan and Korea. Belinda went to Korea and Japan with us to see our sister cities. Okay, so our first order of business is I mentioned Tori is our finance director. I didn't want to pass you up. Okay, and then Ron back there is our coach. Teaches all kinds of kids sports, hockey, football, track. Track, I think, is his favorite. Thank you, Ron, for being here to represent our recreation department along with Drea. So we have 3 special presentations, but first I'd like to ask you to stand and have a moment of silence. And then I'd like to ask a member of Steve Williams' family if we could volunteer someone now to lead us in the pledge. Is there anyone in your family that would like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance after a moment of silence? Nathan? Okay, thank you. Being a good sport, Nathan. Okay. Our first proclamation is to honor the Shake family. They own the Old Fisherman's Grotto. They own the Fish Hopper. But more important is what they do for community. And they're rooted in compassion and unity and service. We come together each year as a city to give warmth and food, nourishment that the Thanksgiving holiday is supposed to be for everyone. The Shake family They have these iconic restaurants I mentioned, and they demonstrate extraordinary generosity every year and civic spirit by providing support and donations to the city's annual community Thanksgiving. And I believe the Christmas holiday festival is also, right, Ron? They've ensured that thousands of our residents are able to enjoy Thanksgiving and Christmas season with fellowship and celebrate with the community and have a feast with music and good friends and family. The Shake family's commitment to giving back serves as a shining example of local leadership, hospitality, heart, reflecting the very best of our regional business community. And we, City of Marina, extend deep gratitude for this generosity, which uplifts our families, strengthens our sense of community, and ensures that no one in Marina goes without a Thanksgiving meal or Christmas meal that's prepared with love. And therefore, the City Council of the City of Marina hereby recognizes and honors the Shake family, Old Fisherman's Grotto, the Fish Hopper, for their outstanding dedication to community service, their continued generosity, and their meaningful contributions to our holiday meals. And I want to give special shout out to Councilmember McAdams. This was her idea, and she helped pull this together. So thank you, Jenny. She's online. But yeah, come on up. Introduce ourselves. They have at least one brother that's not here. But if you could introduce yourselves, just say a couple things.
Hi, everyone. My name is Chris Shake. My brother Sabu here. We own the Old Fisherman's Grotto on Fisherman's Wharf, celebrating 76 years. This is when our mom and dad opened the restaurant, 1950. They actually met in Sacramento and came to Monterey for their honeymoon and decided to move to Monterey. And that's where the Old Fisherman's Grotto started. But my brother and I learned a lot about giving back to the community from our mom and dad. My dad was a very generous man, giving back to churches and nonprofits. And he really did a lot for this community. And that's how we learned. And after our dad passed away, my brother and I wanted to do something in his memory. And that's when we started doing the fundraising for the Salvation Army. And I'll let my brother Sabu speak a little bit more about the fundraising that we've done over the years.
Thank you. My name is Sabu Shake Jr., also go by JR. My brother Chris covered a lot, but as he mentioned, my mom and dad were always giving back to the community. Salvation Army being one of our biggest nonprofit organizations that do so much for the whole peninsula. It's an honor for us to be involved with the Marina community. Like my brother Chris said, we opened up the Old Fisherman's Grotto. My father and mother did in 1950. Have roots in Seaside and Marina, so it's always feels good to be part of the community, giving back and helping those in need. And it just becomes natural, and we're just honored to be here tonight. And thank you for this tonight, Mayor, and thank you to the staff and all the members from the staff that help a lot of the youth programs out here. It's a great thing that they do. Thank you, Ron. My father's name is Sabu, and my mother's name is Isabella. My father's from India, Pakistan, and my mother's from Calabria, Italy. So got a little curry and a little bit of Italian food. So we grew up on everything.
Thank you both.
Thank you very much.
Sabu and Chris. So this next one's kind of special because when you think of custodians, sometimes they don't get the attention they deserve. But I think it was probably Councilman McAdams again. It was looking out for branches janitorial services to honor them. They've demonstrated exceptional generosity and civic commitment through their continued financial support and donations to the city's annual community Thanksgiving meal, similar to the Shake family. These contributions have played a vital role in ensuring that our residents can gather each year in an atmosphere of dignity, togetherness, and community connection. Branch's janitorial services commitment is giving back and reflects a strong sense of social responsibility. The City of Marina expresses its appreciation for this, which strengthens families, fosters unity, and helps ensure the spirit of the holidays are accessible to everybody. So therefore, the City Council does hereby recognize and honor the branch's janitorial services for their outstanding generosity, commitment, and community service in a meaningful way to our City of Marina. So is anyone here from branches? Come on up. So as soon as he's done taking this call, Emmanuel is going to say how lucky Marina is to have him.
Hello. Surprised me. My name is Emmanuel. I'm a second generation of Branch Janitorial. My dad started the company about 1994, and we've been working for the city for about 20 years. And like what Bruce said, it's not about cleaning the offices and everything, but serving to the community. So that's all I gotta say. Samuel Branch. My dad's name is Samuel Branch, and he's actually right over there cleaning the carpets for the police officers over there. So we're still busy working, and anything we could do for Marina, Ron, just give us a call. All right.
Who's taller? Okay, this is a celebration, and it's a sad celebration. It's a happy celebration. Thomas Stephen Williams passed away recently. He was his blood was here his whole adult life. He was a wonderful human being, gave his heart to the city in many ways. Born in Tacoma, Washington, 1954, to his mom, Sarah, who's here now, and Tom Williams, his father, who has passed. Growing up as a military family, the Williams eventually found their way to our peninsula, where they were stationed at former Fort Ord. Steve enjoyed growing up here, and he and his brothers had many adventures. I'm sure many of them we can't talk about tonight. I can try to imagine what they did outside together. And they graduated from Seaside High School before we had a high school here in Marina. Steve met his wife, Debbie, who's here tonight. They were married at Lover's Point and never fell out of love. They were married for 49 years. Whereas Steve loved his community and gave back wherever he could by volunteering with Marina Soccer Association, Marina Volunteer Fire Department, Toys for Tots, and many mayoral campaigns for several elected Marina mayors. He also had a great relationship with his children, always talking about his children, loved taking his grandchildren and talked about them all the time to school on little adventures and giving them, I'm sure, unsolicited sage advice. He was always joking around with them and everyone and lived for the time he got to spend with his grandkids. He was a prankster. He always had people smiling and laughing. Unfortunately, he was also an avid 49ers fan. Go Steve, go 49ers. And he loved to watch them play. Steve was always looking to help others, and that's how I knew him. He had the biggest heart of anybody I know, especially for children and families in need. Now for there it be proclaimed that I, Bruce Delgado, on behalf of the City Council, wish to adjourn our meeting later tonight in remembrance of Thomas Steve Williams, and wish to acknowledge that our community is wonderful only if people like Steve care enough to show up, as Steve always did, and serve the rest of the community in ways that Steve did, pretty much his entire life until his health declined and he couldn't do what he would love to do, and that was to continue serving our community. So if Debbie and Sarah and Chrissy and Nathan and if you can come on up and the family, Jack, come on up and we have something to give you. Come on up, Sarah. Our interim fire department chief wanted to make sure that he was here tonight because Steve Service with the volunteer fire department, Marina Volunteer Firefighters Association, the gentlemen and women that worked with Steve in the fire department wished to make sure that we had a representative. So Mark Sweeney is here to give some things out. Steve didn't want any services. So tonight for me is the best way we could do this. And I appreciate the family coming. And you've ever did what other people wanted him to do, so we're doing something he didn't want us to do. Sarah. Jack and Nathan, when's the last time you got flowers?
Here, one more.
Okay, you know who gets these? They're best friends, Cheryl. Oh. Come on up, Cheryl. Oh, oh, good. Wow. Okay, next, we go to council and staff announcements. The staff Hannity announcements.
Thank you, Mayor. I have one announcement, and that is to introduce our new city engineer. Scott Shepard comes to us from the private sector with 15 years of experience as a consulting engineer in a variety of roles, both on the project management design side and as a construction management and resident engineer. He is the son of an engineer and former public works director. Scott brings a multifaceted experience to Marina, having worked on traffic signal design, structural engineering, roadway design, active transportation design, construction management, and inspections. His background and experience make him uniquely qualified to help move forward the large variety of projects we have planned in our CIP. So we're very excited to have him here. When he's not working, he enjoys any activity that gets him outside. He loves spending time with his nephews and nieces, which I've also seen because during the recruitment process, one of the times I called him, he was on a ski trip with his sister and nephews and nieces. So he already loves Marina enough that he bought a season pass to the Monterey Bay football club games, the soccer games. So we have him at least until October. So come on up, Scott.
Nice to meet you all. Appreciate the claps. I don't think I have much to add, but I'm excited to be here. I love building up my community. That's something that I've been passionate about since I was a kid. Honesty, transparency, and accountability are big for me. Po Buddy's perfect. I can't promise I won't make mistakes, but I'm always going to hold myself accountable for it. And that's a promise that I can make to you all and the community at large. Yeah, I'm excited to be here. Thanks.
Thank you.
Also, I'm going to give this proclamation to the family before they take off. All right.
Any other staff announcements? All right, let's go to Councilperson Jenny McAdams. Jenny, let's get you going here.
Thank you, Mayor. This morning, I had the opportunity to attend the Salinas Mayor's Faith Breakfast, and I left feeling encouraged and deeply grateful for the spirit of unity, positivity, and collaboration that was in the room. It was really a powerful reminder of the strength that comes from community, even when they're faced with difficult times. So for me, I want to take a moment to acknowledge the very real emotions that many are experiencing in our community right now. The hurt, anger, frustration, and devastation. And so I am doing my best to remain encouraged. And I know that we are a resilient community and that our strength has always come from our ability to stand together, even when it's really hard. So thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. Let's go to Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mayor. I hadn't even put on my light, but thank you. I want to sincerely thank all that came yesterday as well as today, coming to our city council in remembrance of Ronald Tinsley. And your presence here allowed us from the dais to experience firsthand your collective grief. And however much our council is restricted by process and legal constraints, this does not mean that we are devoid of feelings and sadness for you and for the world we live in. I can only say this with complete sincerity. So thank you for coming.
Thank you, Kathy. Mayor Pro Tem Fisher.
Excuse me, no one can speak.
Public comments coming soon. It's on the agenda and it's next. Mayor Pro Tem Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also would like to thank everybody who's here, and many of you were here last night as well. And last night's meeting showed that that Sharon was loved by so many people, and he had lots of cousins, aunts, uncles, friends, and you're all grieving together with his mom. Just like you, we want to know what happened, but just like you, we don't have more information than what is shared by on social media by the district attorney's office. We all need to be patient while the DA office is doing their investigation. So my thoughts are with you, and I wish my thoughts are with everybody involved, by the way. And I wish everybody patience and strength during your time of grief. So thank you very much.
Okay. Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to echo a lot of what's already been said, but share with you the one thing that I have heard from you is pleas for the transparency and expediency of information. I share those values, and I am committed to doing everything that is within my power to expedite and forward those goals. I've seen what the rest of the audience has seen and nothing more. And I know nothing more. But I've heard what you are saying, and from where I sit, I am doing everything that I can to forward those goals. So you are going to have an opportunity to address us again tonight. As Rosalind said, you are the narrators to some extent at this point, and we are listening. So thank you for being here.
Thank you, Brian. And I just want to repeat what I said last night, that we understand how tragic this was. None of us wanted that to happen, what happened on Sunday night when Sharon died. And I also want to say that it's a cliche, but it's true that we support transparency, and the investigation that's going on is independent of us, as it should be. Our police have nothing to do with it, except that today I understand they were starting to be interviewed. But it's an investigation basically into our police department's handling of this tragedy. So we hope that communications through the DA office can continue, and that the body cam footage can be released as soon as possible. I understand in King City that it didn't take that long when they had an officer involved shooting not too long ago, but that's out of our control. And we welcome you tonight as we did last night. We welcome you on February 3rd, which is our next meeting. You always have a chance to speak your mind, and you always have a chance to speak on anything that's on our agenda. But now we'll move to hearing from those who want to speak. And before we begin, I want to remind you that this city council meeting is regulated by law called Brown Act. And it's a limited public forum where the public are welcome and encouraged to participate. But I have to maintain order and follow the city's decorum, our rules that are outlined in our ordinance, our charter. And this is so that everyone can be heard. Nobody gets booed. Nobody gets disrespected. Please direct your comments to us as a whole and avoid interruptions if you don't have the floor, the podium, or if you're online trying to speak. That's who we want to hear from when your turn comes. And we don't want anyone to prevent other people from being heard. We listen to comments, but we do not respond. And that's frustrating to you last night, and it might be frustrating for you tonight. But we refer questions to staff so they can get back to you with answers and follow up as appropriate. So let's go to all of you who would like to speak. First, we go to the people here in person, and then we go to the people online. So the floor is yours.
It's also the opportunity to speak.
Oh, yeah. We also have something called a consent agenda. It's a bunch of stuff that we don't look at individually. So whoever wants to speak on the consent agenda items or anything that's on your mind, this is the time.
Hi, good evening, Council. My name is Renee Young. I'm here as a member of Seaside and also as an organizer with Monterey County Black Caucus. I was present last night, and I want to speak to some of my observations and the distinction in which I noticed between those who on the council exhibited their humanity and those who exhibited more of like a politician's way of sitting up here. And I'll kind of expand on that a little bit. I'm going to put Miss Kathy Biala, if I'm saying that correctly, on the spot. And for good reason, because I had my eyes on everybody who was sitting up here last night and kind of was just a little more perceptive on what was going on in the room. And I noticed that you were locked in. And I think that that was felt, I can't speak for everybody, but I want to say that you seem to be very locked in. You were very obviously touched by a lot of what was being said. Your face said it, your body language, and that was unique from what I saw up here. Beside you, I saw a lot of stone cold faces. I saw, knowing what you said, it's just that you all can't comment. That's understandable. But there's a difference between not being able to comment and trying to maintain this demeanor that you are almost unaffected. And that, I think, speaks louder than any comment that you could have said. There is a humanity aspect to this, whether you can relate directly to it or not. You know that there's a humanity aspect to it because we all just saw some of you crying not 10 minutes ago. With respect to the gentleman that was just recently lost in the community. I actually recognized some of his family that was here tonight, and I wish they hadn't stepped out so soon because I grew up with a couple of them and I wanted to say hi. But it was seeing just how deeply this person affected you all. And I even felt affected in some ways hearing what you had to say, not ever having met that man, you know. But and like I said, that's no disrespect to the vulnerability that you all showed tonight, because it's obvious that you all suffered a very personal loss. But that said, it's something about this that I just wanted to come up here and set the tone moving forward, that we're all kind of watching you throughout these next few minutes as people are going to give their comments. And so thank you, Ms. Fiala. And yeah, I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That's good. Thank you. Bruce Delgado, and to the council members, I'm Miriam Smith. And I'm surprised you didn't recognize me, Mr. Mayor. However, I want to say that I came in here tonight and I asked, was there a video of last night? Because I wasn't here last night. I was told that, and this is a response that I think is what we are talking about as far as what the people are talking about as far as the fatal shooting of Ronald Tinsley. When I asked for the video tonight, I was told that there was no video. So maybe you all can help out with that and make sure that even what happened last night should have been video, but it was. And I was told that it was deleted off the phone. That's a response. That's a response. So somebody in here did the video and then they turned around and deleted it. So that's telling us and telling me, and I'm willing to tell everybody that what you think about what happened to a Black man in your city. And I respect you, Mayor Delgado. I've stood on the front lines with you with many of issues. And I know, and I thought, and I felt you were a person to be respected. But to have hidden stuff where you can be sneakily dismiss us and tell us in our face or tell people in their face that you are sorry. I happen to know that things can be released because I'm pause the cause, Miriam Smith. And with that, I deal with reducing harm from the police officers, and I deal with saving lives, saving Black lives. And so with that, all over the place, they are releasing information. You let the officers go. We need the names of the officers. We need information about the officers, how many of them shot and how many shots went out. All that can be put out in the news, should have been put out in the news. Investigation doesn't stop certain details to be released. That would be transparency, not I'm a hide behind. We can't do anything because this and that is going on because of the investigation. There is some things that if you care about, and I know I thought the mayor of this city, Marina, was the type of person that stood up for what was right. So I know that you should be able to release the information. So dig a little deeper, try a little harder, and release what you know you can release and be more transparent with the family, with the mother, and with the people that care in this community so that we'll know what's going on. We should not be completely blind. Just like the whole incident was blindsided, we shouldn't be completely blind to what's going on. We need to know. The people have a right to know. That's what news is all about. How do you hide stuff from the news? It doesn't make any sense. What you're saying, DA, my foot all over the country, DAs get involved. Investigations start.
Miriam, I'm sorry. I have to ask you to stop because the 3 minutes is up. And I need to be fair to everybody.
Okay, just release the information. You can do it.
And please come back on February 1st if there's things that happen that you want to talk more about. Thank you, Miriam.
Good evening, Mayor Delgado, council members and community and members of the community. My name is Ramisha Smith. I'm here again as a grieving cousin of Ronald Tinsley. I'm here again because the information being presented to the public about my cousin Sharon continues to change, and frankly, it makes no sense. The first article stated that my cousin had a weapon on or about the vehicle. The following morning, we were told the firearm was found after he was shot, and now the narrative has changed again, that he had a loaded revolver in his hand when he was shot. Would that not have been one of the first things one of the officers would have told their chief? These are not minor details. These are major life or death facts, and they keep shifting. So which version are we supposed to believe? Because from the outside, what this looks like is a story being adjusted to justify the use of lethal force after a Black man has already been killed. We are told the footage is under investigation. We understand investigations take time. But let me be clear, there is no justification for withholding unedited body camera footage from the family. We are demanding the immediate release of the full unedited body camera footage to Sharon Tinsley's family. Transparency delayed is not transparency, it is control. The Black Panther Party taught us that police are not our protectors, they are our oppressors when there is no accountability, and right now accountability is absent. Malcolm X said, if you're not careful, the newspapers will have you hating the people who are being oppressed and loving the people who are doing the oppressing. And that is exactly why these shifting narratives are dangerous. My cousin was a father, he was an entrepreneur, a community figure. Like I said last night, our superstar, a human being. He does not get to speak for himself anymore, so we will. We are not asking for favors. We are not asking for spin. We are demanding truth, facts, and full transparency, starting with the release of the footage to the family. Until that happens, everything presented to social media, the newspapers, news, everything to the public will remain in question. Thank you.
Thank you,
Good evening,
Ravika.
all. I wasn't here last night, but I pretty much know what went on. Because I've seen some bad work up in here. Crooked, backstabbing, lies. They shot my baby in the head. In the head. For expired tag. This evil. They were supposed to give him a ticket and send him on his way, but they killed him. I can't stand her. I feel bad up in here with y'all. I ain't lying. Bad spirit. Evil. Take the weapon. You killed him. You killed him. You let him kill him. You killed him. You killed him.
My name is Nina. I'm a member of the community and a youth organizer for Monterey County Black Caucus. And I just want to say that it is very pathetic how when I walked in here, you got a chance to give flowers. No disrespect on that family, but there was no flowers yesterday that I saw to those families. But I'm going to just say how unhumane and pathetic that really is. But I'm here today because a Black man was shot and killed by the police. And this should stop us in our tracks right here. Before anything else, I want to say this plainly. He was a human being. Not just a statistic, not a headline, not a problem to be managed. He was someone's child, someone's father, someone's loved one, someone who mattered to the community. As a Black person in America, especially a Black man, moments like this are not shocking, but they are deeply painful. They reopen a wound that never seems to fully heal or be closed. We're consistently reminded that our humanity is still questioned, still negotiated, and still often ignored. We are here told to wait for the facts, to be patient, and to trust the process. But patience is hard when the pattern is familiar, when accountability feels rare, when justice feels delayed or denied. I am demanding full transparency. I am demanding accountability. And I am demanding justice, not just in words, but by actions. Public safety should never come at the cost of someone's life when there were way other options to be handled. Protection should not mean fear, and authority should not erase humanity. This community deserves answers, because I know if it was y'all and the foots were reversed, but they will never be reversed because you're not Black. Everyone on that council is white, but I'll save that for another conversation. This community deserves answers. This family deserves the truth. And we all deserve a system that values Black lives, because everybody want to be Black, and so it's time to be Black. Not only in statements, but in practice. Justice for this man means more than an investigation. It means more than these silly games that y'all are playing. It means real change, so this does not keep happening to another man, another Black man, someone's father, someone's cousin, someone's husband. But you get my point. Thank you.
Thank you, Nina. Okay.
Name's Stefan Hill. I'm from Seaside, but I live in Boondale right now. Now, from what I see and everything, even all through the country, a police shooting is camera within hours. It's all over the TV. Within hours. What's happening here? Anybody answer that? There's an investigation going all through the country after a shooting, but they released the camera from the police. So can you all answer that? What's going on? I know you all see it on TV. After something happened, the camera's on TV, Nashville, all over the place. This man was shot by the police. It needs to be given to the family and probably the TV station. It's not gonna stop the process of the investigation. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Stefan.
Good evening. My name is Reverend Avai. I'm a community member, a teacher, an educator, and I'm just here as a non-Black person to say this is really messed up. The pattern of extrajudicial execution of Black people on our streets is just unspeakably wrong. And it's a legacy of ongoing racism, slavery, segregation in our systems, specifically the system of policing. And so I won't repeat what's been said, that the information needs to be released, but I will encourage you as a city that claims itself a progressive city to consider alternatives to policing. Can we please have other systems in place? Why do they need a gun to talk about traffic stops? Let's just defund the police, put some resources elsewhere into our community, and really make steps, because for as long as we try to reform, for as long as we allow the police to quote, protect and serve, unquote, people keep dying, and it needs to stop. So, Marina, that's your challenge. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Nevi.
My name is Laisha. I came here yesterday. I'm a cousin of Ronald. Again, I'm back. And I seen some stuff on the news that this picture you guys are trying to paint, or whoever's trying to paint of my cousin in new evidence supposedly found. And I think it's not fair that you guys keep trying to paint a picture of somebody, but we don't get a name of a cop. We didn't get a name of a nothing. We just keep getting this black man on this TV. But where's the white cops that did all this? Or where is the Asian cop that did all this? Where's the people that did this? You guys keep putting his name out in the list, but what about everybody else? Everybody in the press gets to keep seeing what type of person that you guys want to paint out to be. After we sat here in everybody's faces yesterday and sat there and told you guys what type of person he was and how you guys understand us so much, but I don't feel like y'all understand shit we got going on.
Thank you. So I'll give everyone a moment. If you haven't spoken and you're inside the room, if you want to come up and speak, I'll give you a moment. And then after that, we'll go to people that are remote. Okay. Oh,
Hi.
Hi.
I just wanted to say, echoing what other people have said, I also know Teron Tisley that was killed by the police. Seems like you guys are, your energy feels like you're annoyed, like we've hijacked your meeting or something. But it was necessary for all of us to show up here today, all the people that showed up yesterday. We're just asking for transparency. In addition to that, we're asking for justice. In addition to that, Marina canceled the Martin Luther King activities in light of this event. So if y'all canceled activities, put the work in and show us the results. There was an incident that happened in Soledad, less than 72 hours. KSVW had that body cam footage on the TV. There's an incident that happened today in Hollister, a carjacking. I watched that prior to come over here. It was shown on the TV. Where's the transparency for this event that has happened? We're asking for Chief Randy Hopkins to take accountability, and officers that are involved, we want the information released now. We're asking for Janine Passione, District Attorney's Office, to release the information now. We're tired of waiting. We've waited, and we're no longer going to be patient. We're going to keep showing up to these meetings. Thank you for inviting us to the next meeting on February 3rd.
thank you.
Good evening, City Council members, members of the public, staff. I didn't come with anything prepared to say. I'm standing here as your planning commissioner, as your Black American Negro freedman descendant of American chattel slavery human. With all of these descendants of American chattel slavery, Black American Negro freedmen in here tonight. And I hope that you heard them because I've been talking to you about this a long time, and you've ignored me. A long time I gave you statistics and I talked to you about the Blancan ethnocide that was happening in this county. I talked to you about all of the freedmen that are no longer here after 4 Door closed. I talked to you about the racism that happens here in this city. And I know you remember what you said to me when I talked to you about those things. So now we're sitting here having canceled the Martin Luther King celebration because you expected retaliation from my community? What in the world?
Yeah.
What in the world?
Why?
My community needs answers and they need them loudly, clearly, and now. Now, not later, not when you feel like it, not deleted something, none of that. This is ridiculous. And as a member of your city leadership, it is unacceptable. If you're a freedman, I'm inviting you to come to blackaf.net, trace your lineage, establish yourself as a descendant of those enslaved under the institutions of U.S. American chattel slavery and join us as we pursue reparations across Monterey County for what they've done to us. Thank you. I land.
Thank you, Audra. And thank you for your longtime service on the Planning Commission and other roles you've served in the city of Marina. Sir, we can't let you come back up. I'm sorry. So one time per person. Sir, please, you have to, you're, I know you can't do that. Sir, you can't do that, sir. Please, sir, please maintain order. Please maintain order, sir. Please, sir. So we'll give everyone a moment if you haven't spoken in person and wish to, and then we'll go online to folks. Okay. Let's go to Eleni Mathiakis. Sorry if I'm not saying your name properly. Eleni?
Oh, yeah. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Hi. Is it possible at the city of Marina, could you guys put a school crossing zone between Marina Vista and Los Arboles on Carmel Avenue? Because there's a crosswalk, but parents drive.
One moment, please, Eleni. Please, everyone, let's hear her speak. I'm having trouble hearing her. Probably everybody is. This is public comment for anything that's on your mind. Eleni, please proceed. I didn't hear you, the location that you wanted.
Yeah, between Marina Vista and Los Arboles over on Carmel Avenue, there's a crosswalk, but cars go right through it, and someone's gonna get hit there one day, and it won't be me. So I'm just really, I would prefer you guys put a school crossing zone, like especially right in front of Marina Vista, because that's a really busy school area between both schools. Is that possible?
So Eleni, this is your time. We don't have a conversation with you in this way, but you're welcome to contact our staff anytime during the day, as it is. But we hear you, and we're going to refer this to our Public Works Director and our Traffic Advisory Committee.
Okay.
And Eleni, I think if you contact Marina at cityofmarina.org, we could better understand the location. I'm having a little bit of confusion because those schools are on different streets. So please email your concern to Marina at cityofmarina.org. Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Eleni. Okay, let's go to Carla Lobo.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear, Carla.
Okay. My apologies for not being able to attend in person, but yesterday's special meeting was a missed opportunity to demonstrate true leadership, transparency, and respect for a community that's grieving. While words of sympathy and understanding were spoken, your actions told a very different story. By holding a special meeting without Zoom access, without full public accountability or accessibility, and without a permanent recording, you silence a large portion of our community. Those who could not attend in person were excluded from witnessing, participating in, and processing a moment that deeply impacts them. Grief does not stop at a city limits, and civic participation should not either. When you remove trust, regardless of intent, the result was suppression, not inclusion. You said you respect the community, you understood our pain and sympathized with our loss, but respect must be demonstrated through action. Yesterday, your actions reflected restriction, control, and a lack of regard for the magnitude of what our community is experiencing. There were also serious failures in decorum and responsibility, and yet now you sit up here trying to tell people what decorum should look like. Asking a community member a question and not allowing her space to respond to your question, and then demanding later placing her in a position of reciting the Pledge of Allegiance was inappropriate and unacceptable. You know better than that, Mayor. The burden does not belong to the community. It belongs to this governing body. Grieving residents should never be placed in ceremonial or emotional labor roles to compensate for institutional shortcomings. Imposing strict time limits on expression of grief rather than loss of life, especially a life with more than 30 years of history, love, future potential, is profoundly disrespectful. You cannot compress a lifetime into a few minutes without minimizing its value. This was not a routine agenda item. This was a moment of human loss, and our community deserved space to honor that. A more responsible approach would have been to open the public comment for a minimal block of time, if necessary, voted to extend that time. But instead, it felt like control. Our community deserves an independent investigation, one that is truly independent. The community must use it. To be able to select the investigative body. I strongly recommend the formation of an ad hoc board to ensure real accountability and real transparency. Asking institutions to investigate themselves is not accountability. It's an oxymoron. Our community has both legal and moral right to be angry. Respectfully, the time to take a reset has passed and gone. Also, community, I urge you to record, share, and post all of this because history, it is not documented accordingly and accurately. Documentation ensures a narrative is not distorted by special interests or personal agendas. Again, real action
Carla,
needs to take place
I'm sorry,
now.
Carla,
So
to ask you
let
to
us use
stop.
the same
Carla,
tools often misused to
could you
mischaracterize the
please
pen and paper and
stop,
media.
Carla?
You have a chance to follow decorum, Robert's rules. If you don't have enough time,
Thank you, Carla.
somebody else can yield their time to you so that you can utilize
Thank you,
that.
Carla. Okay, let's go to Rob Den Turley. Maybe this is Denise Turley. Welcome.
Yep, it's me. So,
Welcome.
while I'm pulling up, I am going to make a connection to what has been said here so far, in that the events of Sunday evening need to find out how Mr. Tinsley was served and protected. And the cancellation of the Martin Luther King event needs to be rescheduled, and soon, because it sounds deaf, or it appears deaf. Okay, switching to my favorite subject, probably not yours. Landlords and tenants, please search California 2026 new rental housing laws, include zip code. There have been many changes, opt-outs, unbundling utilities from rents for mobile home parks and multifamily housing, and disclosures of mandatory fees and increased documentation requirements on both sides. I have reviewed the 2026 lease and found it extremely problematic. I had shared those concerns with Brian at the League of Women Voters meeting we both attended, yummy salmon lunch, and am willing to do so with any other interested party, hopefully Ms. Vischer and others. By Friday, public comment is needed for the new oil and gas leases proposed off our coast. The Monterey Bay Aquarium and Save My Coast each have a link, so you just click on the link, type out your little saying, hit send, and it goes directly to the appropriate authority at the White House. Finally, we need more information on the status of upcoming changes to rent stabilization and other issues. Is there any proposed or date? Yield 20 whole seconds. Thank you.
Thank you, Denise. Let's go to Caroline. Welcome, Caroline.
Thank you, Mayor Delgado. Caroline Carroll, Marina District 1 resident and disabled mother of 3. I just wanted to ask our city leadership to commit to full transparency, meaning not just observing the Brown Act, but please allow accessibility to the meetings and record. We need timely communication and accountability throughout the investigation process so that the public can have confidence that the truth will be fully examined. Our community deserves clarity, compassion, and a commitment to public safety that protects both residents and officers. The shooting has shaken our community. Many residents are feeling grief, fear, and uncertainty, especially when a routine traffic stop ends in death. I'm asking the city and our police department to prioritize. Tonight, our community is mourning, and we must lead with humanity. A life was lost, and that deserves our full attention and care. Beyond the investigation, I hope this moment prompts us to look seriously at policies, at training, and at oversight that could prevent future tragedies. Public safety must always include the safety and dignity of the people we serve. I urge our leaders to listen closely to the community in the days ahead. And Valencia, my heart aches for you. I ask the remainder of my time to be observed for Ronald Tinsley. And I ask, why is it that when you have a negative interaction with the Marina Police Department, it is then further excessive force is all I have to say. And he wasn't just the first person. Yes, this landed in a deadly shooting, but why must it always be an excessive force?
Thank you, Carolyn. We're going to go to iPhone. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Caroline. The next speaker shows up as iPhone.
Hello.
Yes, hello.
Hi, yes. This is Natasha Schultz. I'm calling from Nevada. I'm calling because this is some bull crap what happened to my nephew, Sharon. This should never had happened. My thing and my question is, where's the training? A traffic stop turned into a homicide is unacceptable. So what we need, transparency, most definitely. But we also need to hear that audio footage in that patrol car at the time of when they pulled him over. I want to hear the narrative of what they had to say. Why did they pull him over? They need to go ahead and release that footage camera and release the names of the officers. Because if it was somebody else and it was a homicide that somebody else on the streets did, y'all would have put the name, the family members, everybody's name. Yeah. So why won't y'all release the police officers' names? How come we can't know what officers was involved in it? Because we may have some background that may be accessible and may be helpful towards your so-called investigation as well as the independent investigation, what's going to happen. So I just advise that. I just think it's wise and respectful and giving the mom some type of closure, some type of notice of what happened to her son and who did it to her son. Y'all need to go ahead and release that information. What are you guys holding it for? What are you guys hiding? You know what I'm saying? Like, this is unacceptable. Valencia, I love you with all my heart, all my soul. Armand, Keon, I love y'all with every bit in me. Best believe the whole world is going to be woken up behind this. This will not go unswept. Justin, for Sharon Tinsley, I waive the rest of my time for whoever wants to speak on behalf of my nephew. I love you guys all. May the blessings and peace be within y'all. So go ahead and let somebody else use my time, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Natasha.
Oh, the key's locked in the bathroom.
My name's Nathan Grahava and I represent Seaside.
Nathan, we're going through the remote people. We'll call you up when
Okay.
we're done.
Thank you.
We're just trying to follow our rules fairly. The next person is Malaika Velasquez. Malaika, thank you.
Yes,
ahead, Malaika.
This is Malaika Velasquez. I serve on the MPUSD School Board and on the Seaside Community Safety Advisory Commission. I am speaking tonight as a community member. First, I want to say to Valencia, I am so sorry this has happened to you. Our children are our hearts manifested outside of our body and flesh, and no mother should have to go through this. So I send my condolences to you and your family. Now I would like to address my community as a member of the African American Freedmen community and say that it is 2025 and this is still happening. And it is now time for legislation because apologies, family settlements, etc., are not changing what is happening. In regards to training, depending upon the motives behind this or what happened, this may not even be a training issue because there are certain things that cannot be trained out of people. And so we've had the COVID AAPI anti-hate crime bill. We've had the anti-Semitism bill, and it is time for the Black American community to have its own hate crime bill. And so I implore my community that we need to get at our elected officials and push for legislation, because the only thing I see changing this is a consequence to actions like this. And so I implore my community to reach out to your Congress people, reach out to your senators, even reach out to the presidential administration, whoever, and we need to start pushing for that. We need to start pushing for legislation because this should not be happening in 2025. There should not be mothers in 2025 dealing with the same thing that mothers dealt with in the 90s, that mothers dealt with in the 60s, that mothers dealt with in the 1940s. This is long overdue. Something needs to be done, and we need legislation. Not only that, as Sister Audra said, we also need reparations for incidents and things such as this. And I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Malaika. Let's go to Angie. Trying to unmute you, Angie. There might be trouble on your end.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay. Okay. So you can hear me still?
loud and clear. Welcome.
Okay. Welcome. Thank you. Good evening, and thank you to everyone who is here, whether in person or joining us virtually. My name is Angie Fronda, and I'm here today not just as a family member, but as someone who is standing up for the truth, for justice for my nephew, Ronald Sharon Tinsley II. I want to start by reminding everyone who Sharon truly was. He wasn't just a name and a report. He wasn't just a statistic or a news story. Sharon was a son, a father, a nephew, and a friend. He was a man who gave light to everyone around him. He made us laugh, he made us feel loved, and he made us proud. He had a future. He had a family that relied on him, a community that adored him, and that future was ripped away violently and unfairly. What happened to Sharon was wrong. We know it. The people who took it from us know it too. We want answers. We want transparency, and we did demand the release of the body cam footage as well as the audio. What are they hiding? Why is it being kept from us? We are his family, and we deserve to see the truth. We have the right to understand how this tragedy happened and why Sharon, a man with so much life ahead of him, had his life taken away so callously. We are demanding the names of the officers involved. We want to know who they are and what to know. And we want to know why their actions led to the death of an innocent man. Their actions have shattered our family and will not rest until they are held accountable. This is not just a family issue. This is a community issue. Sharon was loved by so many. He was a brother to some, a son to others. He was a friend to many who could rely on him for support, kindness, and understanding. His death has left a hole that no one can fill. It's not just us, his family who mourns. The entire community feels this loss. We have lost someone who mattered, someone who had a positive impact on every life he touched. We need to stand together in demanding justice because what happens to one of us affects us all. This tragedy is a strain on our community, and we cannot let it go without action. No one should have to suffer like we have. So today, I'm here, not just for myself, but for my nephew, Sharon, for his memory, for his spirit, for his family, and for our community. We demand justice, we demand the truth, and we demand accountability. This is not just about what happens to Sharon. This is about ensuring that no other family has to go through the pain and loss we are experiencing. We will not rest until justice is served, until his death is not forgotten, until the truth comes out, and until those responsible are held accountable. V, I love you. That goes without being said. Armand, Keon, the whole family. I love you guys, and I'll see you guys soon. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you, Angie. Let's go to Jackie O. Welcome, Jackie.
Hello.
There you go,
Can you
Jackie.
hear me now?
Hello. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, 1 second. I think after watching and hearing from everyone, there's so much more that I could say. But let me go to 1 second. Let's see. Can I pause my time?
We can come back to you if you'd like, Jackie.
Okay, actually, can I have something up. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Jackie Owens. I'm a member of the Marina community. I'm here tonight to address the city's decision to cancel the Martin Luther King Jr. Day celebration this last Monday. I submitted an email earlier today, but I wanted to speak directly to the record because I believe this decision warrants public discussion. Dr. King's legacy is not just for fair weather or times of peace. His message of nonviolence, justice, and community healing is most relevant and most necessary when a community is in pain or facing trauma. By canceling the event, the city missed a vital opportunity for us to come together, process what happened, and reaffirm our commitment to the values of Dr. King that Dr. King stood for. The city press release mentioned pausing festivities out of respect. However, honoring Dr. King is not a festivity. It is a commitment to civic duty and social progress. At a time when there may be tension or confusion regarding law enforcement and community safety, we needed a space for dialogue and unity. When we cancel these events, we lose the beloved community Dr. King spoke of. We essentially allowed we need time to heal from this very tragedy. In the future, I urge the council to view our community celebrations, especially those rooted in civil rights and social justice, not as option events that can be set aside when things get difficult, but as essential tools for community resilience. I hope that moving forward, the city will prioritize finding ways to keep us together during crises rather than sending us home in silence. And the rest of my time is to mourn Ronald Tinsley. Thank you. thank you for all of the, and sending love to all of the family.
Thank you, Jackie. Okay, let's go to Francine Rod. Welcome, Francine.
Good evening, City Council members. This is one, you guys know me and you know that I'm not without words. This is definitely a time where I am having trouble for multiple reasons. One, as a longtime Marina resident, having grown up here, starting in 1968, as a member of the Monterey County Black Caucus, as someone who had sent in a letter asking the city to not hold conflicting MLK events at the same time as the city of Seaside, who over 40 years had been holding an event at the same time on Monday, but asking for in the future to really collaborate and coordinate so that people in our community could really more experience his reality and his humanity and his vision for a beloved community. And then all of this happened on Sunday night. And so it has been a very difficult time for our community. My heart goes out to Ms. Richardson as the mother of a Black man. I know how much our heart hurts every time they go out, every day they go out. I am very confused. We're feeling assaulted by the federal constraints that are happening in our country, and now very confused by this local situation. I heard you all talk about the desire for transparency. I heard you all talk about legal constraints. And right now that feels a little bit like code to me. And I know each and every one of you. So I am also asking, like all of the other folks in the room, for some transparency in the sense of if other places can share the information, why can't we share it in Marina? What are the constraints? What are the legal constraints so that at least we can understand the difference or the duplicity or what the heck is happening? It feels very confusing to us. And yes, we need time for healing. And yes, we need time for respect. And yes, we need time for love. And so I'm calling on all of you to help us with that, to be transparent, to be sharing the information, to recognize the hurt, the healing that needs to happen in our community. And now, as the executive director for First Five Monterey County, I can also say that we are available to help with funding activities and events that might help with healing in terms of what our community needs right now, childcare, or helping to support food at circles that might be needed. So we are available to help to support with that. And I would like to cede the rest of my time for silence as well.
Thank you, Francine. Is there anyone else online that hasn't raised their hand that wants to so they can speak? We'll give you a moment. Okay, Rosalind, welcome back. Trying to unmute you. Welcome.
Thank you.
Yes.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I am back again tonight just to really uplift Ronald Sharon Tinsley II, the person that he was, a son, a father, an uncle, a nephew, a cousin, a friend, a seaside raised Black man that profoundly found an opportunity found an opportunity to change the trajectory of the life that he was born into as a Black man, being disenfranchised. He found a way to begin his own business so that he could leave a legacy for his children who are now left fatherless. So again, I will continue to reiterate and say his name until justice is served for Sharon. In addition to that, I had originally planned to be here tonight to speak to the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. celebration that was scheduled on the same day and same time as the 40-year event in Seaside. We are very minority community in Monterey County, and I want to assure that this year we will be considerate of the time and date that each of our neighboring cities are planning to celebrate and uplift Dr. King so that we can all be in attendance. Also, I want to acknowledge that Evangelist Levon Stone has been hosting a MLK event in the city of Marina. And unfortunately, I did not see, hear, or know of any collaboration with Evangelist Stone when the event was planned last year and this year. So please, Marina, let's do better. Let's take time and negotiate and work together. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosalind. Let's go to Daja Robinson. I'm sorry if I'm saying your name wrong. Deja Robinson?
Yes, thank you. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, thank you.
All right. Sorry I couldn't be there in person. I was there yesterday, and my heart and prayers are definitely still with everyone who is mourning this tragic loss. But I do want to just say that the district attorney's office has allowed public statements about Ronald Tinsley to circulate while providing no evidence and releasing no body-worn camera footage. The statements are now being used to justify his killing in real time, while his family and our community are left with nothing. If that information were verified, it would have been released immediately. Instead, what we are seeing are selective leaks, speculation, and public character attacks without transparency or accountability. So we have to ask, why is Ronald Tinsley being publicly scrutinized and doxxed while the officers involved remain unnamed and the evidence remains hidden? We understand that you do not control the investigation, but you do oversee the institution. You have the authority to formally request a clear timeline for the release of the body-worn camera footage and for regular public updates. You can publicly caution against speculation and misinformation while evidence has not been released. You can support independent review and meaningful community oversight. And you can commit to policy changes that ensure this does not keep happening. We're asking you to use the authority you do have to demand transparency, to correct misinformation, and to put community trust above institutional comfort. I want to yield the rest of my time for a moment of silence as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Deja. Okay. Does anyone, we don't normally do this, but does anyone in person want to speak that hasn't spoken? There was a gentleman earlier wanted to speak. I know, but it's not our practice. Okay. City manager, did any questions come up that you want to ask folks to email you about? Council, did you note any questions? All right. Councilmember McCarthy?
Yes, Mayor. I mean, at risk of sounding repetitive, I mean, there was obviously the clear plea for the city to take a stance on the expediency of the release of information. And I think it's fair to say to the community that that has been relayed or discussed and is those are our values.
Yeah, and without getting into detail that we're not allowed to get into, last night we had a closed session meeting after hearing the public, and it's a very human nature sort of thing by those of us up here and those of you in the audience to want what Councilman McCarthy just said. I wonder if our city attorney can speak to what you see as our power over the investigation, our power to release information or force or expedite the release of information.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I don't have any answers at the moment. So, but I will get back to you.
But I mean, when
So I took the questions down, and I will follow up.
So what I mean is, being that this is the first time in a long time that we've had an officer involved shooting, so we haven't worked with the DA investigation process. I know that the DA office kind of specified the order they're going to conduct the investigation, which I guess is a boilerplate. So that's what they've said they do. Do you or the city manager or the police chief understand whatever power we have as a city to request, demand they do something we want done, such as release of the body cams tomorrow or certain time frame we want something done in? Do we have any power to affect the DA investigation?
So we can certainly make that request, but I'm sure they will follow their protocol and timeline that they have, but we can make that known.
He said we can make that request, but likely they will follow their timeline that they've announced. Brian, do you have anything in particular?
No, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. Like last night, thank you for being here tonight. Those of you that are still here, those of you who aren't still here, thank you for coming. February 3rd is our next meeting. We usually meet every first Tuesday of the month. We usually meet every third Tuesday of the month, unless there's a holiday that bumps that. So that's why February 3rd is our next public meeting. And we always encourage and welcome public comment that's not on the agenda and public comment for every item that's on the agenda. So thank you, everyone, for being here tonight. Oh, Councilmember McAdams, you have the floor.
Oh, I don't have my hand raised, do I?
Okay, just checking in.
All right.
I know
Thank
that you're
you.
remote, so.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go to our consent agenda. Do any members of the council, and everyone's welcome to stay. Of course, you go at your pleasure. Thank you again for being here. Does any council member have any quick questions or want to take a deep dive and pull something off the consent agenda? I had a question on 10F2. the limited term community service officer, new position. I sent an email, but late, to our police administration. Because if you go to 10F2, it has a list of duties of that community service officer that does not include any homeless outreach, et cetera. But we also have a homeless procedure policy that says where we're going to hire a CSO specifically for homeless outreach and homeless services. So, Randy, is anyone here? Can you speak to that? If you look at the staff report, it does talk about in a paragraph homeless outreach needs, but it's not in the list of the position support duties.
Sure. Good evening, everyone. I did get your email and I replied, but you were probably going into closed session. So what my response was basically the position will be for limited time. We're down one CSO. That person's been gone for about a year and we're not sure when that person will return. And my hope is to, in this limited capacity, put someone in place and that will be able to shore up the position that we're short, because the positions that are currently fulfilling those duties are being pulled in multiple areas and we're short in staff. And so this would allow us to work with our housing or homeless liaison officer and to then begin to shore up some of those collaborations with the mental health agencies and kind of get some of that done. So it may have missed a line or something in there, but this position will help. It will not be full-time because some of the homeless camps are, they need to be with an officer. Some of them could be somewhat dangerous. We've had some experiences lately. So this position will be able to help with some of the administrative, do some of the resource allocation, collaboration with those other agencies that we are partnering with, but at a limited capacity. This will allow us to maximize that. And then I think we should be in a much better place.
Okay, if you add Chief Homeless Services to that paragraph, there's such a long list of duties. Is this kind of a Band-Aid like we've got?
It's the job description for
Okay.
for that position in general. But to answer your question, the short answer is yes. They
By a
will
Band-Aid, I mean, we have a tidal wave of need and we have this limited CSO with a list of a long list. Is it that we need a lot more CSOs, but this is the best we can do with the budget we got?
I think more the latter, but I also think with adding this third CSO will allow us to maximize and shore up the aspects that we're seeking to coordinate more often with our HLO officer.
Okay. Thank you, Chief. Sure. Councilmember Biala?
Randy, this question is for you. So on the same topic, just a real quick question. So this is just for a limited term position of 1 year?
1 year.
Why do we do that? Why
We're-
are we just not hiring or?
We're hoping, right now it's salary savings, and we're hoping that the other employee maybe will come back, and if
I
not, then
see.
we could reevaluate
I
at the end
see.
of that period.
Okay, got it. Okay, thank you. And then I have one other question.
Okay, let's get on this issue. Let's go to Councilmember McAdams, and if it's on this issue, and if not, then we'll go to Councilmember McCarthy on this issue, and then we'll move through the other comments people have.
Thank you, Mayor. It's not on this issue. It's on another consent agenda
Okay.
item.
All right, let's keep your hand up. Brian, did you have something on this issue? All right, Kathy, you had the floor. Do you have another issue?
On 10G3, this is on the light in motion. Just wanted to ask, so basically, the council just okays a sublease, but we can't dictate the type of business nor deny a valid subleaser because the leaser still assumes all the legal responsibilities of that initial agreement. Is that correct? Just want to make sure I understand that.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, let's go to Councilman McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. I I just had a quick comment on 10M1. Just a thank you to the residents who stepped up to serve as our Building Division Board of Appeals. And then also, as we're starting off 2026, a big thank you to all the commissioners who have volunteered for this year and who have recently been appointed.
All right. Thank you, Jenny. Let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. 10G4, which is the landscape professional contract. I think I probably ought to just pull it. I guess I'd ask the city manager, is there anything extremely urgent here or timely?
No, we can schedule it for February 3rd. If you want to pull it then.
I thought that there was some kind of deadline looming. Ishmael's been the lead on this. Funding needs to be spent.
There's no funding deadline, but we do want to do an Earth Day tree planting, and so yeah, the sooner the better.
There's a lot of things that have to go into the planning and the prep by Earth Day.
So I don't know if you want me to make a couple brief comments. But
Yeah, why don't we
probably-
pull it?
Okay,
Okay, so maybe we'll get to it tonight, maybe we won't.
sounds good.
All right, any other consent agenda input before we entertain the motion? Does anyone want to make a motion?
I'm happy to move for approval.
Minus 10G4, if that's okay.
Minus 10G4, is that okay, Jenny?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Second.
All right. Do we have to roll call someone on?
Councilmember McAdams,
Aye.
Councilmember McCarthy, Councilmember Biella,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Fisher,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes. All right, thank you, everyone. That passes unanimously with the 5 of us voting. And I lost my agenda. So now we move on to Marina Station issue of the Community Facilities District, the CFD. And our city manager, Lane Long, will introduce our first. It's the right word. What's an adjective? Illustrious.
Our
Old.
are amazing.
With a fresh new haircut.
And we have matching jackets.
I know.
Karen Tiedemann has been our city's special attorney on many of our redevelopment projects and our development projects going back 20 plus years. She was involved in the original formation of the development agreement with Creekside and has more knowledge about this project than any person. And this is the first step, and she goes to the presentation of the Community Facilities District that is required by the development agreement and is extremely beneficial to the city. We also have James Fabian here, who has been our financial advisor, and we've been working on this for probably a year now, and we're ready to make a proposal to start the process. So Karen.
Yes, good evening. So I'm going to start this and then Jim Fabian is going to talk to you a little bit more. So as your city manager indicated, we're here tonight to take the first step for the formation of a community facilities district for the Marina Station project. Do I have control of the slides with this? Oh, excellent. Well, that didn't do it. Oh, wrong way. There we go. Okay, so by way of background, I think I went one too many. Yes, okay. So the Marina Station project was originally approved by the City Council in 2008. At that time, you took a bunch of actions to approve the project, including certifying an environmental impact report. You adopted a specific plan. There was a general plan amendment. zoning ordinance amendment, tentative map, design review, and a development agreement. And the development agreement is important to this topic because it does contain some of the requirements with regard to the formation of the Community Facilities District. So the development agreement originally had a 18-year term to 2026. It was amended in 2022 to extend that term, and we'll talk about that a little bit. So when the project was approved, it was endorsed by Landwatch. It was touted as responsible city-centered growth, and the traditional neighborhood development concept was given great accolades. It was environmentally sustainable, and it was considered a model of the future. Hopefully, we are now at that future, and we're going to actually see some development. So as I mentioned, in 2022, the City Council approved an amendment to the development agreement. The amendment was motivated by the fact that because of economic conditions with the Great Recession and some litigation around the project had been unable to move forward initially. So the developers requested an extension of the term, and you agreed to an extension to March 2036. There was also a change in the developer. So the original developer was Creekbridge. Creekbridge pulled out of the project. The owner of the property brought in Third Millennium Partners, and they are now the developer of the project. You also approved some other changes that were beneficial to the city, including that rather than the impact fees that the developer had to pay under the original development agreement, those were frozen at the 2008 level. The 2022 amendment increased those impact fees, so the developer will pay impact fees that are in effect when they get their building permits. You also required an update to the fiscal neutrality study. The fiscal neutrality study was required originally for the project. It's part of your general plan that the project be fiscally neutral to the city so that it pays for itself. And so as part of the 2022 amendment, you required an update to that fiscal neutrality study as a condition of approval of the final map. You did receive an updated fiscal neutrality study, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. And that was received before the final map. Also, the developer, as part of the amendments, is required to comply with your green building code now. And then there were some revisions made to parks, but one of the revisions was that in addition to providing some parks, the developer is also paying some of the park impact fees. So this is just a graphic of the project showing you it's quite a significant project. The gray is more of the commercial and the rest of it is residential, and you can see the parks and open space. So the project consists of 320 acres. The proposed project is 1,360 residential units. 887 of those are planned to be single family and 473 are multifamily. 20% of the residential units are required to be affordable, and we'll talk about that a little bit more. The project did meet your general plan jobs housing balance requirements, including 60,000 square feet of retail, 144,000 square feet of office, and 652,000 square feet of industrial, resulting in over 1,000 jobs. There's also 19 acres of improved parks and additional open space as part of the project. So in the development agreement, the city has certain requirements. The developer is required to build the infrastructure necessary for the project. And some of that infrastructure, like the roads, will be private roads maintained by the homeowners association. But there are certain roadways that once they are built, the city will accept them and the city is responsible for maintaining those. And that's the list there. The city is also responsible for maintaining some of the parks once they are built. So those will be dedicated to the city as well. And then it will be the city's responsibility to maintain. There's also a plan for a fire station, and the city is responsible for operating that fire station. And then the city's responsibilities include providing your basic municipal services. So as I mentioned, the project is required to be fiscally neutral to the city. And as part of the development agreement, there was a requirement for a fiscal neutrality study. The development agreement is explicit that fiscal neutrality is dependent on the formation of the Community Facilities District to finance the maintenance costs of the publicly owned infrastructure. So that is a presumption behind the fiscal neutrality study, is that this Community Facilities District would be formed. So the Community Facilities District has two purposes. One is to provide funding for the construction of the infrastructure, and then there's a service component that will provide funding to the city to maintain that infrastructure. And then, as I mentioned, the Homeowners Association will also be maintaining some of the privately owned streets and some of the smaller park areas. And just finally on the project description, so as I mentioned, the 20% of the residential units are required to be affordable. That's 272 units. The development agreement requires that the affordable units be dispersed amongst the income levels of very low, low, and moderate income. The council approved a below market rate housing agreement with the developer. As part of that agreement, 95 moderate income units will be for sale. And then the 95 low income units and the 82 very low income units will be rental units. And the developer is working with affordable housing developers on moving forward with those units. And now I'm going to turn it over to Jim to talk about the CFD.
Thank you, Karen. Okay, so we're going to go quickly through the CFD formation process. Karen provided a great background on the development history of the Marina Station project, and now we're focused on the actions required of the council for consideration to form the CFD. As Lane mentioned, we have been working with the developer for about a year now. We actually approved the reimbursement agreement to cover all the costs of the CFD formation back on December 3rd of 2024. It took a lot of effort by staff to work through all the costs associated with the development to make sure that we adequately had the funding required to maintain the infrastructure after it was built. And so that took a lot of effort to get to the point where we have really good numbers, and we have built that into the rate and method of apportionment for the services side of things. Additionally, the city has received a petition from the property owner to form the CFD. This petition includes consent and waiver forms for the election process. So when we have our public hearing that is scheduled for March 3rd, we'll actually have the vote of the landowner at that point in time because of the waiver of the election requirements. This CFD also will levy the special tax for not only the services to maintain the infrastructure, but it also has a facility component that will be used to bond to pay for the reimbursement of infrastructure that the developer will build. The unique thing about this CFD, a little bit different than your other CFD, the dunes, is that we are forming a improvement area number 1 right now. That has specific boundaries. It contains about 352 residential units for phase 1 and 2 of the project. And then we're also designating future annexation areas that will, as the project builds out and they get a more definite plan of development, they will actually come to you with a unanimous consent form and come in front of you to annex that property into the CFD at a later point in time. let me just go to the map here real quick. So this is the CFD boundary map. It mimics the map that Karen showed of the development. The dark area is that future annexation area that will come back to the council at some point in time in the future. The lighter gray area is what is called improvement area number 1, the 352 homes for phase 1 and 2 of the project. Okay, so as I mentioned, in terms of the rate and method of apportionment, we have identified the cost per residential unit. It ranges from $2,700 to $4,458 per unit for single family home. If we had to levy on developed property per acre, it would be $44,000 or $70,841 per acre. The property in the CFD is broken into 5 different tax zones to provide more efficiency in the levy of the special tax in order to produce the revenue generated for the services and the future facilities. The services special tax will be increased every year based upon the construction cost index so that we can keep pace with inflation for maintenance and services costs. The facility special tax will be increased at 2% per year. Again, the infrastructure that will be financed is what we call the backbone infrastructure. It's the roads, it's the sidewalks, it's the parkways, it's the sewer, water, curb and gutter, traffic, landscaping medians, street lights, entry signs, the typical type of infrastructure that you see for a project of this nature. And then on the services side of things, we'll be able to use the services special tax to fund the parks, the parkway, the park lighting, sidewalks shown here, the streets, and then the cost associated with the fire protection and fire suppression, the cost associated with the new fire station. So tonight in your packet, I should mention Vanessa Legbant of Stradling, the city's bond counsel, is with us tonight. She has prepared the petition that has been submitted to the city clerk, signed by the property owner, that starts the process of the CFD formation. She has approved the resolution of intention, which really describes the steps involved with the CFD formation process, showing the boundaries of improvement area 1, the future annexation area, describing the rate and method of apportionment, which is used to levy the special taxes each year. And then that resolution also sets a public hearing for March 3rd. Then we have the resolution declaring the intention to incur bond indebtedness. As I mentioned, this is different than the Dune CFD, where you have the Dune CFD is just all services. This one has a facility component to it. So sometime in the future, say 2 years from now, when the project is starting to be built out, it's about 50% developed. The developer will request CFD bond financing. And at that point in time, you would consider issuing CFD bonds and using the facility special tax to fund the cost of the debt service for those bonds to reimburse them for the infrastructure they built. We have a not to exceed 7.6 million in the resolution. This is determined factoring in the money we need for the services and then looking at what's left over for facilities. And that's a pretty padded number. We think it'll probably a bond issue for the 352 homes will probably be more in the $5 million range or at the time in the future. We don't know when that will be. And then, as I mentioned, in the future, the developer will sign a unanimous consent form to annex property into the CFD. That approval will come back to the council for discussion and ratification. Karen had mentioned about the fiscal neutrality aspect of this project, that the CFD is a key component of that. And each phase of the project, the CFD needs to be in place to make sure that that fiscal neutrality is achieved. So tonight in front of you, as I mentioned, you have the resolution of intention. That sets the March 3rd date as our public hearing date. At that point in time, anybody can discuss any issues they have associated with the formation of the CFD. That public hearing, if it goes well, after that, we would adopt the resolution establishing the CFD. We'd have the call for the special election where the landowner would vote to approve the CFD. The city clerk would open the ballot at that point in time. We would have a resolution showing the results of the election. We'd have the first reading of the special tax ordinance, and then we would approve the acquisition funding agreement, which is used to acquire the infrastructure as it's built by the developer and becomes part of the city infrastructure. And then we'd also have a services funding agreement that would lay out how the services special tax would be used in the future. Tonight is really the first step. The CFD is not formed until that public hearing happens and there's the vote of the property owner. We need a 2/3 election approval at that point in time. Assuming the public hearing goes well, we'd come back with the second reading of the special tax ordinance at the next meeting on March 17th. And then 30 days later, the special tax ordinance would become effective. Again, Vanessa is here from Stradling. Karen, myself, Jim Fabian, Susan Goodwin is our special tax consultant. Her firm has put together the rate and method of apportionment, which really is the key document that talks about how the special tax works, how we determine what's needed for the services component and the facilities component. And with that, we'll open it up for any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim and Karen and Vanessa. Thank you for being here. So let's now, thank you for reminding me. Let's now go to public comment, starting with folks in the room. If you wish to speak, please come up to the podium. Not seeing anyone rise. We'll go to remote. Jeffrey Markham, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, staff, council members. I had a question regarding the fire station, and pardon me, this is from memory, but my recollection of the development agreement was that after phase 2 and before phase 3 began, that there would be a determination of whether or not a fire station was needed, and that would be something that the city and the developer would do. And it was not clear to me what the financing mechanism of that would be. So if we could get some clarification on that, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Great question, Jeff. Thank you. Anyone else online wishing to speak? Please raise your hand. We'll give you a moment. Excuse me. All right, let's close public comment and get to Jeff's question before phase 3, fire station determination. Can someone clarify that process?
The development agreement doesn't require them building the fire station. That will be the city's responsibility. Initially, it talked about potential fire station on the site, but as we have done our long-term fire station study, identifying the locations, a location in Marina Station would not be the right location long-term. And we've talked about Vince DiMaggio Park really is the long-term location. And that fire station is built into our public safety impact fees, but that will be funded by the general fund and public impact fees over time. And what is really happening is we aren't creating any new fire stations. The plan is we have 2 fire stations right now. Long term, we only need 2 fire stations. We just need them in different locations. And so the long-term plan is We have an existing station at Palm, which is our headquarters station. We have another station out at the airport. And when we build our new fire station, which we'll be talking a little bit later in the community in our next presentation, that will be somewhere in the California Avenue location next to Emgen. And so that will be the new headquarters station. The station at Palm will serve as our second station. The station at the airport will go away. And then at some point in the future, probably in the next 5-6 years, we'll build the second fire station out at Vista-Maggio Park, and the Palm Station will close at that point. And those station locations will serve long-term all the response times that we need in the city. What the development agreement and this community facilities district does provide for is the operations of the fire station. The agreement requires up to $2.4 million will be funded, and the CFD will fund 50% of that cost. And so as the development is built out, when it's built out, it will be contributing $1.2 million to the city's general fund for staffing, either that Palm Station, if it's still there, or the new fire station at Vista-Maggio Park.
Is that 2.4 million? Is that, does that go up every year?
Double check that, Jim.
Well, I'm not quite sure about that
That's a good
particular amount, but the services component that includes that fire contribution goes up by the construction cost index. So it will escalate over time, whatever that amount of the construction cost index increases each year. The special services special tax, which includes that 50% that the city manager just mentioned, would go up.
So post-construction, during operation, every year, money comes in from this development to operate the fire station. So when you say
50% of the cost.
construction, I get confused. So will the contribution go up every year into the future?
Yes, by the construction cost index, which is different than CPI because it's more attuned to the cost of materials, labor for maintenance. And so that's why we use it in the rate and method of apportionment versus just CPI.
Is it normally in the ballpark of CPI, or it can vary widely?
I don't really have an answer for you on that.
All right. So the fiscal neutrality study, first of all, have I seen it? Has it been sent to council?
Yes, it was provided to council way back in June 2022. That was when
Could that be resent? Is it electronically
Yeah,
available?
yeah,
Just
we
to be
can
resent?
resend that to council.
My question on the fiscal neutrality is that plus property taxes that's generated from the people that will live there and the property owners of the multifamily, will those combined funds be enough to equal the costs of city services going to that neighborhood?
Yes, what the, and Karen can come in and go more detail, but yeah, I'll let Karen.
And I'm mostly concerned
Yeah.
with recreation that we pay, that we support residents with, and police and fire.
Right. So the fiscal neutrality study, what it does is it looks at all of your costs of serving this new neighborhood. And then it looks at all of the revenues that would come in from the neighborhood. So that includes your property taxes. It includes potential sales tax revenue from the retail, all of that, and compares those two, and then determines whether the project is fiscally neutral. In this instance, you need the CFD to make it fiscally neutral because the property taxes are not sufficient to pay all of your service costs.
So that includes recreation, everything.
That
else.
includes everything. So it's a very detailed analysis of what it costs the city to provide your full bundle of services to the new community that's being built.
Is that any different than the CFD at the Dunes or the CFD at Sea Haven?
It's not different. We didn't have the fiscal neutrality in their agreements the way that it is in this agreement. So this was a particular provision of the Marina Station Development Agreement that is not in Sea Haven or the Dunes.
So the intent of the older units, the older developments was to be fiscally neutral, but we didn't take that step. So we kind of.
We did and we didn't. We did do a fiscal neutrality study for the dunes. And we do have some provisions, as you recall, that the way the fiscal neutrality was handled was a little differently, and that there's certain things that they're required to maintain and there's certain things you're required to maintain. And then there was a more general provision about the ability to use things like a CFD to manage the costs.
Okay.
So it wasn't quite as specific as it was. Marina Station followed the dunes, so we learned in the experience.
Okay.
I can add one of what the fiscal neutrality study, the summary of it was, when the project is built out, taking in all the costs, taking in all the revenue, the city's going to be 1.7 million a year in the positive. And so it's more than going to be fiscally neutral. It's going to be 1.7 million positive additional revenue be coming into the city above the estimated cost.
Okay. And my last question on this round, I was a little confused about the fire operations contribution. It was like 2.4 million, but only half of that came from one side of the fence.
Yeah, what the agreement requires is they pay 50% of the cost of $2.4 million. So
But the CFD funds that.
And the other 50%
Comes out of your general
funded
fund.
by the general fund.
Okay. So 1.2 million a year from the development CFD to operate the fire station, to the fire program.
Correct. And essentially, it gets divided by the number of building units. And so you take the 1.2 million divided by the total number of building units. And every year as they build, say 100 units, that proportion of the 1.2 million, they start contributing to the general fund. So by the time that last building unit is built, they are now contributing 1.2 million at that point.
Okay. Thank you. Let's go to Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So maybe, well, I'll see if it's Karen or Elaine to answer this, but on page 1 in the report, it says the reservation of a parcel if needed for the development of a fire station. I know that we've just talked about have the location would not be a feasible one by our estimation, but given this, if it had been appropriate there, they don't have to give us the land. We'd have to have bought the land at market price, I guess. I mean, it's not that by this, it sounds almost like we were going to be provided that parcel, which would be a great deal for the city.
So this was part of the original development agreement, and it was not that specific. Basically, it said the parties, after the first phase was built, the parties, the city and the developer would meet and discuss the fire needs. And this had to do with also development outside the urban growth boundary. And that the developer could reserve a site within the project for a fire station. So it was not a definitive requirement in the development agreement. It was more of a negotiation as we see how the development proceeds.
But they were not necessarily giving it to us by reserving a parcel.
Well, it wasn't clear.
Oh, okay, well, now it's clear that we're now looking at a parcel
That's
that's
right.
owned by the city, and so we might have missed a great opportunity, but I know it's too far north to service, which is really unfortunate if we could have had that parcel. Okay, I have a question when we talked about the fiscal neutrality of to the city, assuming the community facility districts are formed to fund the costs. And we talked about a public hearing on March 3rd, and then there's a landowner vote. The only CFD one that I recall was the Dunes, and there were basically only like 4 voters because the parcels were very large. And I'm assuming this one, and I think, Jim, you said, assuming things go well, and I'm going, whoa, the whole neutrality agreement depends on the formation of the CFD. So my thought is, what happens if things don't go well? What happens? And I kind of have to understand with that many, how many voters would be participating in this?
We have one property owner.
Okay, so, okay, well then.
Right.
Pretty
And-
much
and-
things will go,
And-
right?
And really, when you think about like the history of this project, fiscal neutrality being really important for both parties, the development agreement being the legacy document, and then now the CFD to implement the terms of the development agreement to maintain that fiscal neutrality. The property owner needs it, the city needs it, and that's why we're here tonight to start the process to really institute the CFD to allow the development to go forward. I drove by the project today. I mean, the vertical construction is going to start soon. They anticipate that they're going to have models up in 2026. And so we need to have the CFD in place before there are homeowners out there that have the ability to vote. And so at this point in time, we have a landowner that owns all the property that has a vested interest in saying, yes, let's do the CFD.
Okay, so there's really zero risk that things won't go well.
Correct, but
Okay.
you as the city council ultimately have to
Okay.
approve the CFD too.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for that.
All right, let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Vischer.
Thank you, Samir, and thank you both. Yes, I know there's no risk because it's not really an election. I mean, let's be fair. But a few questions. You said, Karen, you said you learned, or we all learned from the process. So the dunes, the most recent phase, that is the correct number, I assume, and the original phase is much lower, but the CFD, the annual fee, annual tax, is that still sufficient for the maintenance? Or probably the city manager, eh?
For the dunes?
Yes, the phase 1 of the dunes.
Yeah, I think all the dunes, different phases, there's sufficient revenue to cover.
Because the newer phases, it's quite a lot higher,
Right, it's higher because there's a lot more.
to maintain.
Yes,
Okay.
that's the difference.
Does Sea Haven have a CFD?
No,
that's
Sea
what
Haven
I
does
thought.
not.
Yes, okay. Just wanted to confirm that. So those homeowners do not pay towards maintenance of the infrastructure?
Correct. Once that project is built and once the city accepts that infrastructure, at that point, it becomes the city's responsibility.
Okay. It's just different for each development, just to explain. Yes, yes. I probably need to ask Jim, I think. The range from 2,761 to 4,458 per year for single family residence. Is that based on the lot size or the size of the home?
Square footage of the home.
The home, okay.
Correct. And the way that is determined is that they have estimated home prices. They want to maintain a certain effective tax rate for each one of those homes. And so that's how that amount was determined. And I think we're looking at, I think approximately 1.6% effective tax rate for each of the single family homes in the development.
Okay, because at the dunes, it's just one fee per home. It's not
What?
different.
No, I think remember here
Oh,
we
yes.
not only have services, but we have facilities. So it might the bigger the home, the more special taxes they pay.
Which brings me to my next question. Will it be the same for the affordable homes? Is that also the same square footage calculation, or do they get a break?
The affordable homes are exempted from the
Oh,
CFD.
completely exempt? Okay, that makes me happy. Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, because it's a couple $100 per month, so thank you. Oh yeah, and then the net surplus, so the homeowners are contributing to the general fund through their tax.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Just to be open about it. Yes.
Yes, and we'll definitely make that fiscal neutrality study available to the council.
That will be very interesting. Thank you all. No, that was it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And it functions like a tax, but it's a fee.
Correctly. And as Jim talked about, it varies based on the size of the home. The affordable units are exempt, and actually it makes sense for the affordable units to be exempt because what you charge them is based on those fees, that CFD and the HOA costs get built into it. And so the more those costs are, the lower that they can sell the home for. And so it works for everyone.
All right, let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Karen, for trying to distill something that's very complex into something that we can understand. Not sure you were totally successful, but I'm trying over here. So, couple questions. One, and this is a little bit of a weighted question, but is it fair to say that we're going to be talking about the CFD agreement for basically every year into perpetuity, just like we do with our other CFDs? I mean, this is something where we're going to look back and say, why did we make these decisions, and probably have a little bit of an argument every year?
Yes, conceivably. You're also, as Jim said, this, as we annex territory in, this is going to be coming back to you each
Okay.
time. So you're going to see this regularly.
Thank you. With regards to the roads, is this the first CFD in Marina that kind of has that exact paradigm where it's like, what I thought I heard was the CFD kind of owns the road, but kind of like how in I believe it is in East Garrison, where the CFD or the HOA kind of owns the road, but the city has some influence over the rules and the parking regulations, but
So the city's going to own the major roads.
Okay.
And those are the ones that you're going to maintain, and the CFD services portion is going to pay for that. It's funny you should mention East Garrison because I think a lot of this was modeled after East Garrison. There are some roads more internal within little sub-pocket neighborhoods that will be owned by the HOAs. And the HOA will be responsible for maintaining those. But the city will own the major roads.
and were those like 4 or 5 roads that were listed
Yep.
in the beginning?
Yep.
So everything outside of that though will be HOA owned or?
Not everything, but those are the roads in the development agreement that you were required to maintain. So I actually have to go back and look about whether there are some other roads that are going to be dedicated to you.
Okay. In the agreement, I honestly didn't read the whole thing, but is there some understanding of what influence the city has over those HOA roads? Or can the HOA say we're doing whatever we want, we're painting it purple, and if you don't, live here, you can't, whatever, right? Like,
So it's similar to our agreements in Sea Haven and the Dunes in that the city has the right and the requirement that we approve the CCNRs that govern that HOA so that we can ensure that the maintenance is included in there. I can't remember if we have a provision in this agreement that says that they can't amend those sections of the CCNRs without the city's consent. I would have to get back to you on that.
okay.
But we
And
definitely have to approve the CCNRs to make sure that it's covered.
So I guess just a note to staff, when those CCNRs come to us, I think it's worthy having that discussion. I'll try to remember as well, right? Because I think those things are important. It's created East Garrison some problems. So if we can learn from those experiences, I think it would be valuable for us. I'm going to go to the fire station for a little bit. You mentioned that the original language of the agreement says that after phase 2, we're going to have this discussion. And it sounds like we're not doing that anymore, that we've kind of already made this decision. Does that require a change to the development agreement or?
We didn't.
Yeah, I think
No.
those are discussions back when we were talking about that amendment to the development agreement a couple of years ago.
So I think the question is, in the future, do we have this discussion or is it moot?
I think it's moot at this point.
And it's moot because we've decided or because the development agreement is different? So let's just hypothetically, right, in 5 years, we decide, nope, actually, fire station is absolutely appropriate for Marina Station and a parcel that is provided, whatever that means. Are we no longer have that ability to enforce that provision in the development agreement? Is that what we're saying? And if so, what mechanism has created that lack of enforcement?
Those are all really good questions, and I don't have the answer. I
Okay,
need to look at the First Amendment a little more carefully and at the existing development agreement.
so
Is one reality, Brian, you think that all the land is already spoken for, so there's no place any longer to put a fire station?
no, I think my concern is that, as we know, there's a future agenda item tonight where we're going to talk about these facilities, and the community has told us time and time again that to the extent that we can rely on the developer to help us through this process, that the community wants us to do that. And it sounds like we're somehow not making the decision not to do that tonight. And that's problematic for me. And so I'd like to make sure for the record that we're not tonight making some decision to prevent us from having the right to have that discussion in the future.
And I think we might be, because there'll be no land available for a fire station if we approve everything tonight. And it may be too late to change the land use plan. That's why I think it's important to have this discussion tonight.
Well, we are not changing the land use plan tonight at all. So if we need to address an issue of, a lack of clarity in the development agreement, that would have to be a subsequent action because the CFD doesn't change the land use plan.
So Brian, you have the floor, but do you mind if I ask a question on this
Please.
point? So Karen, I think the council wants to know, theoretically, could we require a piece of land in Marina Station to be a fire station? Or is that horse gone?
Well, the way the development agreement reads, theoretically, you might be able to do that, but I don't want to give a definitive answer because I want to go back and look
Now,
at.
if theoretically it's
Maybe.
possible, but the land use plan already allocates a different use for all of the land, then we would have to amend the land use plan to squeeze in a fire station parcel.
I don't know that you would have to amend the land use plan. You might have to amend the map.
Okay. All right.
So,
And I think if I can have the floor back, I think there's a site identified, right, in the, I don't know if it's a specific plan or the land use map along Del Monte already, right? And that's identified site is still in whatever agreement, I would assume.
And land use map.
I'm not sure exactly what it's called, but I remember seeing that at one point.
yeah, I would have to pull up the plan.
The land use map.
The final map and see if there's a site still identified.
Still identified.
Yeah.
Because it might have been changed due to,
Yeah,
Process.
I don't know if there was a change made. I don't know what was originally identified. I'm trying to remember back. But I can't remember where it was specifically identified because there's no site specifically identified in the development agreement itself. It just says a site may be reserved if there's a need. And the development agreement includes, it may not be within the project site. So.
Okay, so I'll wrap up my comments for now, anyway, to say two things. One, this issue of, and I don't know the right words to say, but ensuring that the developer contributes right to the development of our facilities is something we hear all the time and we get a lot of pushback on. And even for developments that happened 20 years ago, 30 years ago, right? So I don't want to make that same mistake tonight. And then the second piece is just regarding kind of HOAs. And, I think this is maybe a broader statement, but I think the city might benefit from reaching out to all the HOAs that we have in the community or something and kind of understanding how they're operated. Because based on what I know is that they're all very disjointed and they all have kind of their own understanding of what the city's interests are. Ask me how I know. I happen to live in one who has the same provisions that say can't be done without the city, but then they ask the city and then they tell me that the city says, no, do whatever you want. We don't care. And then, but here I am on the dais as an elected official and I'm feeling something different. And so I think there's a huge opportunity there to kind of start to really add some clarity to that as we move forward and we have more and more HOAs in our city. I'm a big fan, by the way. I think that they serve a great purpose, and when managed well, they do a lot of good for the community. So yeah, those 2 points, I'd love to hear what my colleagues think on the fire. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, before we move on, let's give the floor to our city attorney and then. our city
Sure,
manager.
and Karen can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the action tonight doesn't affect one way or another the fire station issue that was raised by Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you. City Manager Lane Long?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, maybe you didn't. Okay.
The only
That was
thing
fine.
that I would add with that, back in 2022, when we looked at this, the fire chief, and as we complete our fire studies, they said that there's no way that we'd ever build a fire station there. If we build a fire station there, it would have to be a third fire station built in the city. And so we would incur an additional multi-million dollars a year, and we didn't need it. And that was the problem. So I think in the original agreement, they said, okay, we're building all this land out here that would need a fire station. So they kind of wanted to reserve it. But as they looked at it, fire chief said that there's no way that we would build it. And if we did build it there, it would service those communities, but we'd have to build another station in the core part of Marina to adequately meet the response times in the core part of Marina.
All right, thank you both. Let's go ahead, Brian.
Can I just respond to that just because it was kind of my comment? I think where I'm challenged with that, and I understand we've had studies and we've talked about this a lot. And we're talking about Vince DiMaggio that's on Del Monte, a fairly fast thoroughfare of our city. And the border of Marina Station is just barely over half a mile away. It's hard for me to imagine that kind of distance on a major road makes that big of a difference in response times, especially if, it's going to save the city a tremendous amount of money. And so I guess that's not really a question, just a little bit of feedback. And I would love, if it does come back to us, to kind of understand that piece a little better.
And I think to understand that piece better, a review of the fire study would be the first place for us to go. Right. And it might be 15 or 30 seconds more. And what does that mean to who would be part of the discussion? Okay, let's go to Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem Fisher, who's been very patient.
Yeah. Thank you. And thank you for your questions, Councilmember McCarthy, because I also think if we can still have the option of, if we can have a site, if it's still in the plan, why not keep it in the plan for maybe future building construction long after we're gone. But anyway, the city might expand even more in the far future. So my question is also in general for all CFDs. I've asked it before and I'll ask it again. How can the homeowners who pay into CFDs get a financial overview, a statement of the income and expenses? What is the procedure for that? Or can we set up a procedure for that? By contacting the HOAs, just provide it to the HOA management companies or the boards, or to each homeowner, which would not be very handy, but.
Yeah, every year Andrew sits down and he works through the budget. I think that will shift over to our new city engineer. And so I think we have some resources that can work and provide that documentation. So welcome to a new project.
Yeah, because I think it will be easiest to contact the HOA management companies and they can send it to the board. And then everybody is out of, this will be really transparent. So thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Councilmember Biala?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So initially, when I brought up this issue of the reservation of a parcel if needed language in the original agreement, and I think Karen said she was going to research that. And I thank you for bringing in the idea that people are always questioning how much we have sort of made developers pay their fair share or whatever. Now, it's very complicated because it seems like we have sort of committed to a fire station at the Vince DiMaggio, but that's owned by us. And so I kind of feel conflicted about bringing this up. I can just feel the 3M just cringing at this conversation we're having now. But I do think that if it's not, and our fire study did say, and that it's a little too far out there for us to service all of the other areas. So I think that was probably the major motivation for having it not be at the Marina Station. But having said that, if in fact we find that there is language that they were willing to reserve a parcel, and if that's legally something we were entitled to, maybe at this point we can ask to have a little bit more development money put into the CFD, or somehow arrangement for us to get a larger portion of the development of and the operation of our fire station. So maybe it's that kind of thing, because I don't want us to be now challenging the feasibility study for the fire station. So, and there's going to be a lot of belly aching about us now adding something into the Marina Station development because of this thing. But if it were sort of in lieu of actually having a parcel reserved on that property, maybe we can expect a little bit more of participation in the funding of the fire station operations or maintenance. Just an idea, but I'm a little bit anxious about opening up something that, may create a lot of ripple effects, because we've come quite, a long way with the Marina Station. They're already breaking ground and building. But it might be worth just a query, and I think Karen is going to do that.
Okay, since tonight, the city attorney said that what we do has no
I know,
impact
it
on that.
doesn't.
It sounds like we want staff to bring back to us an ability to discuss this.
Mhm.
And I also think that 1.2 million a year from the CFD forever, it's going to work, is going to outstrip whatever the cost of the fire station was. And I'm guessing when we talk about this, we might find out that that was the swap. You're not
Mhm.
going to build a station. You are going to help 50% operate in perpetuity,
Mhm.
probably, but we'll find that out when we have a
Yes.
deeper discussion.
Yes. Great. Okay, thank you.
All right. Anything more, Kathy? All right. Thank you, Kathy. I wanted to get to the open space. Scott Waltz still here? Yeah. Scott Waltz was involved with the Sierra Club, that was involved with the open space planning. I see there's 83 acres. And I think by reading and seeing the presentation tonight, that it's true that the CFD will pay for costs associated with the habitat restoration area maintenance, et cetera, as part of the infrastructure. Is that true? I say that because the presentation said that it's going to pay for parkways and open space. And so I assume the 83 acres of habitat restoration open space and is going to be paid for. It's on page 13. Maintenance of easements or right of way and open space.
Right. Can we bring that back and discuss it on March 3rd to give you a definitive answer? We can have the special tax consultant address that issue of, I don't remember, Lane, I'm not sure if you remember from the services budget, whether there was anything specifically for open space maintenance.
I think the open space is more internally, but we'll just have to double check.
It says listed in exhibition B is maintenance of open space.
Right.
So if that's what's listed in exhibit B.
And then we can look back at the services budget to see if there was a line item for that cost. And get back to you on March 3rd.
And the reason I bring it up, and I won't belabor it more than appropriate tonight, is because I've talked to the developer, and it's going to cost millions of dollars to do what the first version of the habitat restoration plan said would do. And I think that if we don't get experts to tell us it's doable, that it's not a waste of money, then I think that needs to be addressed sometime, not tonight, because we don't want to throw millions of dollars into something that experts would say that is not going to work. And basically, I'm talking about using goats and lawnmowers and stuff like that to convert a weedy grassland into a native grassland and spend millions of dollars doing it when nobody in the world has been able to do that, and many have tried. So I don't want to waste millions of dollars and find out it's a failure when we could say in advance that's not the best place to spend several millions of dollars. If we're going to spend the money, let's spend the money on something that we think will work well for open space. But anyway, I've already said too much. Okay. Michael, Katie, I understand that you're online. Let's find you. You're not in the panelists. No, maybe you are in the panelists. I'll look at the attendees. So let's get Michael to have the floor. Maybe he's attendee. Yeah, oh, here we go. Welcome, Michael. If you could let us know what you think on that.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, hello, Michael. We can hear you.
Hi, this is Michael Cady from Third Millennium Partners. Just want to clarify actually kind of a lot of things. One, in regards to the Mayor Delgado, you're talking about the mitigation space. That is different than specific plan open space within the development and parks within the development. The CFD maintenance costs will cover all of the parks. The mitigation property that you're talking about with Mr. Waltz and the Sierra Club, all of those improvements in revegetation are going to be paid by Third Millennium Partners, and Third Millennium Partners will probably enter some sort of agreement with a third-party land manager to hold it, and then we will pay them an endowment to manage that property separately. Completely separate funding, completely separate entities. CFD is not involved, HOA is not involved. It's all funded through the developer actually doing the revegetation and the developer then giving a third party who's going to hold the easement an endowment. So not associated with the CFD.
Thank you for that clarification, Michael. So I'll end that point saying that can we please receive an electronic version of the most up-to-date habitat restoration plan? Because it was going to go through revisions the last time we reviewed it. And I just want to see if it ever
I believe you
became.
guys have it. It was approved by the Sierra Club and it was taken care of. So I'm more than happy to provide it.
Okay. Yeah. Last time we heard it, we were told we'd get it back before final to check it for doability. So if it's been approved without us having the chance to check it for doability, that's not what I remember the last time we had it in front of us. Okay. Last question.
I'd like to go back to the fire station issue also.
Sure. Go ahead, Michael.
I don't believe there's a designated fire station on the site. And I think Mayor Delgado, you're exactly right. I think at one point in time, I don't even think it's in the DA, to be perfectly honest with you. I think the obligation was when the city decided that they did not want one in that portion of the city, that the condition was changed to us pay 50% of operational cost of the serving fire station. So now.
Okay, Michael, while we have you, are there 4-tag trails in your development?
There are.
Are those considered parkways to be infrastructure to be maintained by the CFD?
They are not.
So they're kind of like that mitigation land. They're separate from tonight.
That's correct. It's not part of the CFD maintenance.
Okay. This is a little bit off to the side, but I've heard a lot of folks, Michael, who live nearby Sells Court and Koski Drive. They want to know when they'll be able to access the little trail that's going to be right next to their development on the east side of the existing homes.
Mayor Delgado, I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
question.
We'll get
When
back to
When
you.
the streets are made public right now, everything is still owned by the developer and private. So, but it was certainly something we can talk about offline, but I don't know if it's pertinent to the discussion tonight.
It is not. Thank you. I'll follow up. Really appreciate, Michael.
Yeah, but it is key that this gets approved tonight, and I think it's also important to understand that this CFD maintenance budget has been negotiated for over a year to make sure that the city has the more than sufficient funds, and there are annual cost inflation factors in there to make sure that it stays properly funded. And the CFD maintenance annual budget is not included in the $1.7 million surplus. So it's a full maintenance budget plus surplus beyond that. So I think it's important to understand that it is all very, very adequately funded on the city's behalf. So
We appreciate your input, Michael. Thank you very much. Okay, let's go to
and
Councilmember
actually,
Biala.
let me correct.
Sure, go ahead, Michael.
Let me correct that wrong. My LD manager is telling me that we did include the 4-tag trail within the right-of-way maintenance, which is included in the CFD maintenance number. So it'll be taken care of.
Okay, can we get a map of where the trails are? I've seen tonight's and recent maps, and I don't see the trails on it, so I don't know where the trails are.
Yeah.
Can you follow up with that?
Yeah, I can follow up. I can get you a map. The map was approved by Scott and the Sierra Club about 3 years ago.
Thanks again, Michael. Now let's go to Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So Michael, thank you very much for the whole thing about the fire station. I really appreciate now understanding how that all came about. I and Scott Waltz were representing the Sierra Club when we worked on the mitigation plan. And I just wanted to give a shout out because we met at least 2 times, if not more. And we actually consulted you, Bruce, on that as well at one point. But I want to say that there were a lot of people in the room. Michael, I don't know if Dustin was there and you, but 3M was extraordinarily accommodating. And so I just wanted to say that you devoted a lot of time and resources to that. And I think we came up with a very good plan. And I think I saw the final version, but maybe I'm incorrect, but certainly it was done, and it was done, I think, very well. So thank you very much for your participation as 3M representatives.
Councilmember Biala, I appreciate that. Dustin and I were both in that room with Scott and yourself, and I know we incorporated every comment that was provided to us.
Yes,
So,
you
and I
did.
think-
Thank you very
I think
much.
Mr. Waltz would confirm that.
Thank you very much.
All right. I think we're done with our discussion. It looks to me. Does someone like to make a motion? A motion that we adopt the resolution before us of intention to establish the CFD at Marina Station, and that we adopt the resolution before us declaring the intention to incur bonded indebtedness within the proposed improvement area number 1 of the proposed community facilities district at Marina Station.
I'll second.
Okay, any final comment before we vote? Yes, so let's do a roll call.
Councilmember McCarthy,
Yes.
Councilmember McAdams,
About 5 minutes ago.
Okay.
Councilmember Biala,
Yes.
Mayor Protem Fisher.
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes, thank you. That motion passes 4-0 with those of us voting. And we move to the advisory committee regarding our facilities. Thank you, Vanessa. Jim, thank you. Thank you, Karen, as always. So we'll have to take a vote unless you guys want to do it now. We're going to run up against 10 o'clock before we're done with this issue. You might as well handle it in advance. We have this and the information that for City Park and the pulled item for Earth Day. So does someone want to make a motion about how far to go tonight?
I motion that we finish item 13B And when it's finished, we decide whether we'll handle the last item, yes or no tonight.
Okay, so after 13B, we'll bring our heads back together, but we're okay to go past 10 o'clock. That's the motion. I'll second it. All in, let's get a roll. Let's see.
Well, we don't need it now because.
So, we'll just sit here. All in favor?
I,
Aye. All opposed? That motion passes 4-0 with those of us present. Thank you for being here. Do you want to frame
I'll
it?
tell you. So this is really a follow-up from the October or September meeting we had with the city councils. We talked about facilities and options moving forward. And one of the directions that the council gave and they approved subsequently was we had previously had an agreement with Trepepe Smith, but was to expand that agreement for them to provide public educational and outreach services, a lot of community meetings on our potential new city facilities. And part of that was establishing a citizens advisory committee, and Trepepe Smith Ryder and his group would be responsible for facilitating that whole group. And so that is one part of the report, but and Ryder will go over that. But the big picture is we want to talk about the whole facilities plan and get some feedback from the council, and Ryder will cover that in his presentation. And the end result is we're trying to get some direction from the council on how to move forward on some key issues on ballot measure, on funding, on sites, on other things that the council may have. Thank you. Ryder?
Just some small stuff, team. Honorable Mayor, members of the council, always a pleasure to be back in the great city of Marina. Lovely to see you this evening. I have a PowerPoint deck with several slides to guide us through a conversation. I, of course, will welcome your questions throughout as I go through the process. There's also a huge staff packet of available information, all of which is summarized in a report. I went back to my college days and tried to make the report as long as possible so I could get an A+ on it, but effectively it is very transparent, everything that we covered in the course of our work with the Citizen Advisory Committee. Let me also just pause and say thank you for having the courage to form a Citizen Advisory Committee and ask them to go through a lot of this hard work. And I also just want to thank those citizens that took the time to make that happen, right? They gave 3 nights, 2 hours each night, roughly a little bit more, plus an extra bonus night on Zoom. So it was a lot of conversations and discussion. And for me personally, like that's one of the things I love about the work I get to do is really helping residents engage in deep dive conversations. And it just proves to you that even in the most difficult issues, if you can just have conversations for a while, you can make a lot of territory and close a lot of gaps that exist in our society. All right, enough of my diatribe. So these are the various items I would like to cover this evening as we walk through our agenda. I will not read each one of those. Essentially, we formed the Citizen Facility Advisory Committee at your direction to gain insights and analysis from their perspective on why measure you failed, what their perceptions are of city facility issues and needs. So in some ways, I would describe the group from one perspective as being a very long term focus group in some ways, right? So you can experiment with ideas and hear their take on it. But on the other hand, it was also an interesting discussion about truly hearing their grassroots perspective on the challenges and issues we faced. We itemized the participants in the committee here. I will just note we ended up with 13 participants in the committee. We had 13 applicants, and when we looked at it on the margin, it made more sense to include more voices in the conversation than it did to exclude a certain number of voices and get to a specific number. And since our end goal was to try to achieve consensus, although we ended up with an odd number of participants, we were not particularly concerned with that as much as we took advantage of having the perspectives of the folks in the room. And finally, I want to make sure I thank R&T Architects and all the city staff, the finance director, Lane, the city manager, fire chief, police chief, who are all active participants in this process because we want to give the residents direct access to experts from City Hall and architectural firms to be able to answer questions and kind of be in the moment. The Citizen Facility Advisory Committee, pardon my notes here, We had 4 meetings between the 17th through the 22nd. That last meeting was on the 22nd, where I presented all the draft content of the final report and sought their consent to the content. We did receive unanimous consent from committee members. Now, what that means is in the room, we had people express no objection to the conclusions that we were generally coming to. And then when we did our Zoom call, we had no objections. And I sent the final report out and said, here's the totality of all the words. Actually, I sent a Google Doc out and encouraged them all to participate and edit the Google Doc if they had feedback or comments. And they gave me that feedback. I integrated it all and then gave the final report out and had essentially no comments other than saying endorsed or silence was also consent in this case because it was unanimous consent. So I feel like we ended up with a work product here that nobody in the room objected to, and we came to agreement among 13 people, rare in our society these days. We did actually begin the whole process in this very room on the very first night where we toured all the major city facilities. We toured in here, City Hall, the public safety buildings as part of the process to really make sure that our committee members had a full understanding of the impact of and the challenge that we were facing. I would probably say that was one of the most impactful hour that I think residents can have to understand the nature of the challenges we're facing with our city facilities. And I was very appreciative of the tour that Lane and the chief and the 2 chiefs led us on through that process. We also reviewed revenue sources, general fund allocations. We had a nice presentation with financial information about the city from Tori as the finance director. And then ultimately, we also evaluated 5 potential locations that have already been considered and presented previously to this city council. This, as I mentioned, manifested in a report that's contained in your packet and which you've all been given access to. It's also been sent to all the committee members themselves. They had these various conclusions. There were many conclusions in the report that go into detail. I could speak to any one of them if you'd like. But fundamentally, these are the 5 biggies, which were number 1, that the city facilities are long past their intended lifespan with a particular focus on this building we're in the City Hall building. Public safety building was recognized as having some seismic issues specific to public safety buildings, but and probably in need of retrofit in the scheme of things. So could be repurposed, but itself was not ideal for public safety services. There was a recommendation to build a joint police and fire facility at what was called California Avenue or Cypress Knolls location. A recommendation that City Hall and Council Chambers be built at the Reservation Road site. That is a property currently owned by the Monterey Salinas Transit Agency, I believe. And Vince DiMaggio is a secondary backup option to that should that Reservation Road option not be available. Third, the committee had a pretty extensive discussion, benefited from legal counsel, city attorney firms, had a ballot measure expert who came and joined us, and we discussed general taxes, special taxes, tax revenue options, and ultimately concluded on a conversation around a utility users tax. And after looking at some of the numbers that were presented based upon analysis that Lane had previously had developed, identified that a 7% utility users tax would generate about $3 million a year, which would theoretically give us the capacity to bond about $49 million in revenue or in capacity, which was roughly the estimate of the previously provided cost estimates from R&T on the cost to build out the various facilities that were identified, specific to a council chamber, city hall, and a fire station and a police station. And then the last point was because it theoretically, if there were a tax measure advanced that was a UT, that measure would be a general tax, 50% plus 1 threshold, as opposed to a special tax. It would be generally directed. It wouldn't be directed at a specific project. There'd be a secondary advisory vote available for residents to express their direction that these funds should be used for these particular facilities. And actually, that idea also came up and was surfaced by special legal counsel in the course of the conversation that we had as a community group. I will just note, subsequent to, and the committee was not the beneficiary of these particular renderings, but because there was a particular interest in understanding options around Vince DiMaggio versus Reservation Road, R&T architects who had previously put together some possible overlays of how buildings might situate on Reservation Road was also asked to put together some overlays of where we could potentially position an appropriately sized city council chamber and city hall facility at the Vince DiMaggio location. I will very much want to defer to them and their expertise on this particular subject, but this is one option that was considered. There's a second option to locate the city hall more towards the north side of the parking lot that is on at that location. And then a third option was to build a facility that's further up the hill, a little more detached from the existing community building there and sits up on the hill a bit more. So that was the rough sizing of space for where you might otherwise see a facility located on Vince DiMaggio for those three options. And then, as I mentioned, Reservation Road was the primary suggested location for locating a new city hall facility. This option presents, pardon me one second here. So this option actually presents one concept, which is locating city hall on the property, which is really on the north third of the property. And then the southern part actually does create an opportunity to do some sort of residential development there, which might have some cost recoupment or a low income housing option development that could be located down on the Reservation Road property. And then another rendering option is this particular one, which really gives you a sense of the amount of space that's available on that particular property and what might be located there in terms of park facility or some other option for that pink area that's also identified as well. So it really gives you a sense of some of the spacing. I believe, I'm sorry, my vision is horrible, but I think that might actually say police station on that particular one.
Since you bring up police station, I don't understand why there's a police station there at Reservation Road if it's going to go on California.
Yeah, so these were actually done, these were renderings that were done even before the conversation with this committee. This was R&T work product that they had done previously when they were asked to look at all the options.
So that was back in 2022 or 2024?
I believe so. I'll defer to Lane on the exact timeline on that.
2024.
2024.
And I don't mean to introduce confusion on that point as much as I believe there's a desire to have some additional context for some of these sites. And I just want to make sure we have these available to us in PowerPoint decks this evening as we present them. The committee itself didn't necessarily get access to these files were available because this work was done before the committee and we gave them all prior materials that were produced. The ones for Vince DiMaggio were not available to them at the time because Vince DiMaggio was also not a primary site and there were some questions that come up with it, but it hadn't been pursued extensively.
May I ask one question about the map? Okay, on the Vince DiMaggio ones, is this showing the fire station that we've been talking about? Is that what these two buildings on this?
Yeah,
side?
let me, yes, there's a magical go back button here.
Okay.
In my recollection.
That's correct.
Okay. And with roads for the fire station going out someplace on this?
Del Monte Boulevard.
Yeah, but I mean, on this thing, it doesn't really show where the fire stations will be exiting.
Right.
So,
It
but
would
it
be
is
Del
gonna be the
Monte.
fire. Yeah, I
Yes.
know, but on the site, I see parking spaces. I just don't see the road where the fire trucks will use to get to Del Monte. But anyway, I know that that's the fire station. Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you for the question. And here was one additional rendering at Reservation Road for another possible layout. Again, this is all material that had been previously assembled and presented to council, but is included in this PowerPoint deck just for transparency and recollection purposes. I'll just speak briefly to the tax that was identified or considered. Again, we talked about a number of options, but it was noted that Marina is the only city that does not have a UUT currently. So it was viewed as a viable pathway forward for a tax. UUTs are also not special taxes, which means they do not require a 66% threshold for adoption, but rather are 50% plus one if they are not a special tax, meaning they're not directed. I could, of course, defer to your city attorney to clarify that further because I am not an attorney, but that's my general understanding.
Can we just correct a little bit? There's I think 3 cities that don't have them, like Delray Oaks and Carmel.
Oh, very well. Thank you. Yes. That I'll correct. My apologies on that. Yes. So there are very few cities that have none at all. We happen to be one of those cities. So in terms of opportunity for a revenue stream that other cities currently take advantage of, which the city does not, this was one of the better opportunities that existed compared to other cities. So this table of information was provided through, I believe Kaiser Marston had done a prior study and given some numbers and data to Lane, and this information was then presented to the committee as part of an analysis for where to source the associated revenue streams and what they could theoretically yield in bonding capacity. I will just note, we've lost our bond experts here for the evening, but fundamentally, when interest rates go down, your bonding capacity goes up with a given revenue stream, given interest rates. So if interest rates dropped a couple percentage points, you would even increase more bonding capacity with these existing revenue streams. That makes sense. All right. So, and because of the nature of the projects that need to be built and the prior estimates that were provided by R&T on the estimate of cost for construction, again, only for a council chamber, a city hall, and a police and fire station, the total dollar amount of that range was estimated about 50 million all in. The details are in the report. And so we had to jump to a 7% UUT to achieve the appropriate amount of financing to actually build the commitment. Fundamentally, this brings us to critical questions that we're here to kind of discuss. Having had the feedback from a citizen committee on these particular issues and they explored it, these are the questions that we would like to explore this evening with you as a city council to get your feedback on how we proceed on these particular policy objectives. So do we want to proceed with addressing facility needs? Can we identify the site where we'd like to place these various facilities? Can we identify a financing mechanism? And if there is direction on all these things, shall we proceed with outreach and all of this to the community so we can continue to advance on a potential ballot measure question that they would face this November? Speaking of which, just as a reminder, we also are looking at an overall timeline for public outreach and engagement to achieve a ballot measure if this is ultimately where we go. This was part of a plan that was outlined by the city council the same night that we moved or that you moved to create the Citizen Advisory Committee. So we are now in the month of January receiving this report. We theoretically will start launching public information and outreach if you so desire and direct this evening. This will involve a series of postcard mailers, social media, press releases and information, dedicated web pages and websites explaining kind of all similar information that we've been conveying through the Citizen Advisory Committee. This public information and education phase would continue on through February, March, April, May, which also includes a series of community meetings where we will get face-to-face with folks and talk with them about these very issues. And I would say lots of the conversation we've already worked through with our Citizen Advisory Committee was immensely helpful, I think, in preparing for some of those potential future community meetings. Again, we'll go to the next slide where somewhere in the June, July period, we will wrap up that phase of education. You will adopt a budget. And then in July, there will be a need to go through a whole series of efforts around making that go, no-go decision on I should pause 1 second, just note, you have authorized the pursuit of a survey tool to be done in the next few weeks, if we so desire, to better inform this whole process as well. So we will have a public sentiment polling on a ballot question as well as related issues for city facilities. And then jumping back forward into July, you would face an opportunity to adopt a ballot resolution to move forward to then go to the November ballot. And at that point, we will not be in advocacy mode, just to be very clear. We will be in public information mode to explain what the measure would achieve, how it will pay for the facilities, and being very transparent with the public about the end game of what the UT or other directed tax measure would achieve for addressing the community facility needs in Marina. So want to make sure we include that timeline in there for your consideration this evening. I'll bring us back to this slide with these magical, difficult, meaty questions. And of course, be ready to answer any questions you have about the Citizen Advisory Committee or anything else about the outreach process.
Anything more you want to say before we go to public comment?
I don't think so.
Okay. Lane, are you okay to go public? Okay, let's go to public comment. When we come back, we'll start with Councilmember McCarthy. So anyone in the room who's been man of the year or woman of the year, please come forward.
I'm stuck with this, aren't I? Good evening, Mayor, council members and staff. My name is Steve Lee and I'm a resident of Marina. I was also honoured to be a member of the Citizens Advisory Committee. I spoke briefly at the special meeting last September and encouraged the council to be bold in choosing a new site for the new City Hall. I recall using the term civic pride in my comments. Marina has a chance to build something substantial that will impress residents and visitors alike. As part of the advisory committee, I, along with some others, suggested that the Vince DiMaggio site should be considered for the City Hall and Council Chamber. This location is prominent on a slight rise. It is surrounded by landmark cypress trees that would be preserved and protected. The very topology of the site could be used for advantage by creating an inspiring campus with trees and open space, overlooking Loch Padden Park and the dunes beyond. There's plenty of room at Vince DiMaggio to both construct the required buildings and leave open space. The existing community centre could be retained, removed or repurposed. The county courthouse is to the south with the library to the west, making for an integrated civic centre. Although not part of this study, it is expected that a new fire station will be built to serve the north of Marina somewhere on this property. This will involve grading and the development of vehicle access onto Del Monte Boulevard. Conversely, the Reservation Road location, which would need to be purchased from MST, is further from the centre of Marina and hidden away facing the blank wall of a strip mall. This may be an easier site to develop, but it would seem to reinforce the impression of Marina as a town of strip malls. With great respect for the hard-working city staff, this would provide little in the way of downtown vitalisation. Most likely this will be empty and deserted after 5 p.m. on most days. If possible, this site should be developed for mixed use conforming to the downtown vitalisation plan. Choosing the Vince DiMaggio site would signal that Marina is a confident, forward-looking city, one committed to building a civic centre that reflects our pride and our aspirations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Steve. Anyone else in the room with comment at this time? We'll give you just a minute, just a moment, and switch over to our remote audience. Okay, those of you on Zoom, if you'd like to raise your hand because you would like to speak, please do so. Let's go to Denise Turley. Welcome back, Denise.
Thank you. I'm just glad that this is moving forward. And I'm still really confused as to what's proposed where, and hopefully somewhere that there is an actual map of the city of Marina that shows the choices being made. And that would be available hopefully on the city website. It's really difficult to find things on there, by the way. So those are my comments for this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Denise. Let's go to Grace Silva Santella, and thank you, Grace, for your service on the Citizens Committee.
Hi, Mayor and Council. You can hear me okay?
Yes.
First, I want to thank my council representative, Jenny McAdams, for having reached out to me and suggested that I submit my name. I had not planned on it, but I want to say that I found the time I spent on this committee, I really appreciated the time. I really appreciated that we were all given an opportunity to speak and to speak honestly. I was probably one of the most honest in the committee in sharing my views for why I had not supported Measure U. And I was happy in the end of these committee meetings to support the unanimous committee decision to recommend the Reservation Road site for the future City Hall and city council chambers. I want to share with you all, especially those who don't know my history with the city, that back in the late 90s, when I served as the chair of the Marina Planning Commission, I worked with then Economic Development Commissioner Chair Candy Myers Owen to create a downtown revitalization committee. And we have been working since the 90s to create a downtown, which is no longer called revitalization, but vitalization, which I think is a much more important change in that word. We have been working since the late 90s for a downtown vitalization plan for Marina, for Central Marina. And I believe strongly that the 13-member committee that you appointed and allowed to speak with each other freely believed that a city hall and a council chambers at the Reservation Road site would be a critical, important impetus to start moving forward with Central Marina's downtown vitalization. And I truly hope that you will support that site as the future City Hall council chambers. Thank you very much for hearing my words.
Thank you very much, Grace. Let's go to Mike Moeller.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I was also on the committee, as you know, and I do want to say that, yeah, even though the Del Monte Vince DiMaggio Park location was a secondary, it was a lukewarm secondary. It was Mr. Lee's suggestion, and I think everybody just kind of said, yeah, sure, we need a second location, but it was pretty strong that Reservation Road and a downtown location should be a priority. So I hope you don't really take too much consideration as the Vince DiMaggio Park as being something that we seriously considered or put even close to Reservation Road, because it wasn't really close. I think we do need a downtown city hall, and I think it does need to go at that Reservation Road site. We spent a lot of time discussing it, not only at the meeting, but at home. I've done a lot of research myself in this matter, and of course, other things, and Reservation Road is the spot. So good luck in your decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mike, and thank you for serving on that committee. Anyone else like to speak? Please raise your hand. We'll give you a moment to do that. Okay, we'll close public comment. Denise asked, it's kind of confusing what's proposed where. And so Denise, we do need to get you a map that's simple. That's clear. And basically, California Avenue is proposed for the police fire station #1, and Vince DiMaggio Park and Reservation Road are proposed potentially for the city hall, including the council chambers, and where the city hall staff work with a potential fire station #2 there in the future, which we talked about earlier. But if you don't have a clear map, definitely we need a clear map. Lane, what steps are needed to get a map with some stars on it for these?
Yeah, well, we can do that very easily. We have our team in place to do that.
Okay. All right. Any other questions, folks, that you noted that I didn't write down? Okay, let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. So I think where I start is first by thanking Tripepi for working on this, for facilitating, for bringing together a diverse group of people that may not always agree and have different opinions, and working through that process. So thank you. A couple questions. I guess I'll start with the site selection, because I know that's a hot button topic, but it's interesting to me that the MST site, as I will call it, is favored, and that's the only site that we don't own. And until the other day when I reached out to MST, it wasn't clear to me whether the property owners, MST, was even willing to sell it to the city. So I guess I'm curious, was cost heavily discussed within the group? Because again, we don't own it, we would have to acquire it. And also just kind of the mechanics of having to acquire that land.
Yeah, so R&T did a really good job of outlining 4 major criteria for each location and their pros and cons. And one of them, the lead architect there, Ansgar, kept referring to it as the meatball diagram of the various colors, dots that indicate red, yellow, green on viability. And the Reservation Road site was green for ease of development and location and a couple other factors. And the giant red dot had to do with the ownership issue. That was the real big question. And that was discussed. They presented those trade-off issues. We identified a specific need as part of that financing package of having to spend upwards of $5 million in land acquisition costs. That was a rough back of the napkin guess from my recollection of the conversation. So it was part of the conversation. And the consensus in the room was, we know there's additional costs there associated with acquiring that land, but if we can acquire it, that's the place we'd like to see the investment go into the downtown. And I think some of that may have to do with also that now doesn't mean we're disrupting the open space of Vince DiMaggio, right? So it's not like we're trading off that. We're maintaining some open space there and getting this additional parcel. The economic revitalization was a common thread of conversation among several committee members. There was absolutely differing viewpoints about the merits of both. And we kind of did a rough hand count of the room, so to speak, on the final night of our in-person meeting. And it was certainly a majority in favor of Reservation Road versus the other. But at that point, we're in consensus building. So we were also clear to acknowledge that Vince DiMaggio was a backup, particularly if MST couldn't come through because of property sale or some such thing like that.
Okay, thank you for that. So I think what I heard was on the back end, there was a lot of discussion on land acquisition costs and stuff, but in terms of the actual body, there wasn't a lot of discussion in terms of price, or what was there?
The discussion, there was discussion that we will have additional land acquisition costs. And so when we looked at the total financing package, we knew it was going to increase the overall cost to build all the facilities, including the additional land acquisition costs, is my recollection of the conversation.
Okay, similar question with this site, Hillcrest. The commercial building is included. Was there a discussion or some mention similarly that there was an acquisition cost there?
So there was. Well, there was a recognition that there's acquisition cost there. And there was also concern about if we were doing anything that would require acquiring that and then booting vendors out. Frankly, there was a lot of concern that I heard from some people expressed about those are all very valuable businesses. We don't want to be in the business of taking away tax basis, local businesses, and doing that. I think the thing that maybe shocked me the most in the course of the conversation because we spent a lot of time going through the conversation before we got to the brass tacks of pick sites. And for me, the most surprising thing in that conversation was the wide consensus in the room was immediately ruling out any development on this site we're on right now for any of these facilities. They were ready to decamp to Cypress, Knowles, and Vince DiMaggio Reservation Road and leave this area behind, primarily because of logistics, commercial impacts, access road, and a number of other factors that were raised that were interesting. That doesn't mean abandon, right? There was lots of desire to see repurpose of the public safety building, fix-ups on the community facility across the parking lot here. But there was also a consensus focus within the group of saying there are 4 core facilities that are critical to us, and they didn't want to see mission creep. And I think it was some of the feedback they had from the prior Measure U was a lack of clarity on what was actually going to come out of the process.
Thank you. And I'll just kind of trail onto that. So it's interesting to me, Steve talked about the Vince DiMaggio site and, all of the things that were so beneficial about it. And, the topology of the site could be used with great advantage, the stunning views of the city. Hillcrest. Plenty of room that, you could have room for kind of some green space and different topology views on a single parcel of land. Hillcrest to me, right? Bold views and vantage points of the ocean and the dunes, Hillcrest. I mention that because I think that we often make decisions based off of the information that we're provided, right? Or that we can immediately see We look here and it's a dump, right? It's hard, so hard to imagine redevelopment on this site. You look at Vince DiMaggio and its green space, it's beautiful. It's beautiful as it is. So it's super easy to imagine it continuing to be beautiful. And I've said this before, but I continue to have concerns about the redevelopment of this area. If we do, I'll use the word abandon, if we leave here as a city hall site. I mean, it's an area that desperately needs some attention and is not, anybody that drives up Hillcrest to attend our city hall starts to kind of look around and say, ooh, not sure where I'm at, kind of thing. So those are kind of just my personal views. I'm extremely open-minded. I'm glad to see the comments through the committee. And I think that all of the sites are viable, quite frankly. And I think that we're lucky that we have some options here. But I did want to make that comment about this site. I continue to think it has fantastic potential. I think that the concerns about, that if we were to acquire the commercial space, we would not necessarily have to kick out vendors. One, two, we're in an economic paradigm where we're told that commercial is a dime a dozen and you can't possibly fill enough commercial, right? So the idea in theory, and I'm not an expert, but in theory, there's plenty of spaces to operate businesses like this. It's not like housing, right? Where you leave and there's nowhere to go because there's just not enough housing. At least that's what we're being told by developers. There's too much commercial, there's too much supply in commercial and not enough demand. I think I'll leave my comments there for now. One other comment, just in terms of the committee itself, do we envision a scenario where we can ask the committee questions later down the road about what they were thinking, or is this kind of the report and we're done? I don't know if that's a question for council or for staff or Trepepi Smith, if you have
I have perspective, if you would like my perspective. In my prior experience with these committee members have been deeply involved in lots of conversations. Should we have future community meetings, I am confident they will have opinions they'll want to share at those meetings, and they are pretty passionate about this issue, and I think they would be happy to answer additional questions. So like sometimes these community groups spark the ongoing community engagement from a grassroots perspective that really helps advance the conversation in a thoughtful and effective way based on facts and information. And they've now been empowered with 6 hours of conversation that puts them in a good position to answer perspectives. That's why I kind of describe it as also a very big format focus group for us to contemplate.
Sure. Great. So I'll just end by thanking those in the room and those on the online that were members of the committee for putting in the time and the work. It's really valuable and means a lot. So thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Brian. Let's go to Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm gonna likely need more time, so the round robin. First, I want to ask, so the options that you showed for Reservation Road, the council had seen those before, so they were done in maybe last year sometime, I don't remember. But the ones that you showed about Vince DiMaggio, those were not shown to the Citizens Advisory Committee.
Yeah, they weren't available to us, that is correct.
So here is what Councilmember McCarthy just said, is that your decisions are dependent on the information you receive. And so if the committee is making an opinion about sites for which one site they had no information, I think that we have to restore that balance. So I was really appreciative that you had that piece in this one for the council. So I think that, it's really important. And also the site here, we just assume that it presents a bigger challenge to move people out from a working space and then build. But I've never seen anything in writing about what that would look like. What is the plan? How would we move people in what building? And how long would that take, in terms of building another facility for them? So I think that we need more information. The council needs more information. And I would like to talk a little bit more, filling in some information about the Vince DiMaggio Park. And I do have a map, and could you put those up for me? And I started thinking about, all the positives or the things that would be relevant for the Vince DiMaggio Park. So if you could show the first slide, please. Unfortunately, the pointers don't work on the TV, so I'm gonna have to kind of wing it a little bit. Okay, is there any way you can blow this up? I know that for Denise Turley, this is at least 2 of the sites that were mentioned in the CAC report. So the one in the red is Vince DiMaggio. The one in the kind of yellow is the Reservation Road. And I want to just first say that this piece is the correct lot size, because apparently in the packet, the consultants included the MST site so that it looked like a triangle, but that is not part of the site that we could build on, even though that is part of the MST part. So the actual square footage for the Vince DiMaggio Park is 200,000 square feet approximately, and the Vince DiMaggio is not 150,000 square feet as was represented in one of these reports. It's closer to 95. And I think that that's, you know, that is an important factor when you're looking at this lot, the size lots. I think that Councilmember McCarthy already said one of the major issues is that we don't own the land. And I don't know what time frame that is. I don't know whether we even have any kind of guarantee whether that land can be owned by us. So I think that even though it's one dot in a string of 5 criteria, it's a major one. So I would like to put that piece in perspective. In terms of the prominence of the sites, there's a distinct visible location close to Marina. If you look at the Vince DiMaggio Park, what I consider the edge of our downtown is the reservation site. And when you think about the way in which to access this site from, let's say, Freeway 1, most people, there are local people who, you know, will find the ways to our civic centers, et cetera. But for the most part, people coming from the peninsula, coming from the dunes or wherever, they're going to access Highway 1. So if you think of yourself as coming from Highway 1, going to the Vince DiMaggio Park, you're going to end up going around the Lock Padden Park. You're going to make a left and you're going to see the other side of Lock Padden Park. You're going to see our courthouse. You're going to see the Lock Padden Park with the library, the beautiful library, the MLK statue, the oak woodland. And then you arrive at Vince DiMaggio. Okay. Now, if you see yourself coming to the Reservation Road, you can see the huge patches of our strip malls. That's what people are going to be seeing. They come from Highway 1, they go past, you know, Lock Padden Park. Then there's a long way. You can see all the gray spots there. We have a downtown that is literally filled with parking lots in the front of the buildings. The very thing that the downtown vitalization specific plan says, once these properties are sold, you cannot have the parking lot in front of the buildings. That doesn't make a walkable downtown. And that will only change if the owner wants to spend millions of dollars putting a building in the front of their parking lots, or they sell it. And this kind of transition is going to be a very long time, especially if these businesses are doing well and they have no incentive to comply with our downtown vitalization specific plan. So we will have a reservation site that backs up to a Goodwill. In fact, can we go to the next slide, please? This is the approach to Vince DiMaggio if our city hall and our city offices were there. We've got, this is the streetscape. There's no wires overhead passing the park. Please go to the next slide. This is the approach to the Reservation Road. The next one, please. Here we have Goodwill, and of course, then we're on the backside of their pickup, and then there, right, you can see where the reservation site would be. Okay, next slide, next picture. This is the across the street from Vince DiMaggio as a civic center. We see Lock Padden Park. Again, there's no wires across the road. Next slide, please. Here is across the street from Reservation side. You can see towards the right, you see the McDonald's there. I mean, this is, and then of course the strip mall's right there. So, and this is what we welcome people to our civic center, is this kind of location. Can we go back to the first slide, please? So we know the growth in Marina is going to go to the north. We have 1,360 more units coming in Marina Station. That's to the north. If you look where the reservation site is, you see the beginning of the green there. That is a huge section that is owned by Santa Cruz, right? UC Santa Cruz. They are not going to develop that. That means that the downtown essentially will stop there. We've got a lot of commercial going further down Reservation towards Salinas. So what we have is now the center. I think that the Vince DiMaggio shows itself to be more central to Marina after all the development north of it. And we have a natural stop to the development in on Reservation Road. And really only the people coming from Salinas would have to would avoid all the strip mall parking lots that people coming from Highway 1 would have to see if we put it on Reservation Road. Am I okay to keep going? I think that, you know, one sort of thinks about the contours of the land. The reservation land piece is flat. It's absolutely flat. I mean, so it's a simple way of building something else there because it's flat. There's no trees except sort of landscape ones that we could easily pull out. And you look at Vince DiMaggio, and we have shown now from the options that Ryder presented that those buildings can be situated on that piece with still a lot of open space to be had. And I think this came after the Citizens Advisory Committee, but there was assessment of the cost of putting buildings on the contours of Vince DiMaggio Park versus the flat one on Reservation Road. And apparently, and it's intuitively counterintuitive, but apparently the costs are going to be the same. So we cannot even say that the slope on Vince DiMaggio is going to be cost prohibitive. In addition, we have to buy the land that is on Reservation Road.
Okay, Kathy, this might be good.
Okay, good.
All right, let's go to, thank you very much. Well-prepared information. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Fisher.
Thank you, Mayor.
She's going to talk about the Reservation Road site.
Yes, I'm so happy. Thank you, Ryder, and thank you to the Citizens Advisory Committee. And no, maybe not surprised. I agree with everything in the report. I'm just so happy. I always thought that, sorry, Mr. Year of the Man of the Year. I've always thought that this location is wonderful. It's right. It will do what we are trying to do. It will vitalize downtown. And I know we cannot do it all at once. And I know it's next to the Goodwill. And I already thought, oh, maybe some of those businesses can make a back entrance and make that a second front. And I mean, there are options. There are architects, there are designers. We need to look at it. It's you can design something with a square, with something go higher up to give it the importance that we want. We want to make a beautiful building. And so, yeah, I'm very happy. I agree with everything in the reports, except for that second location, sorry. I don't think Vince DiMaggio is a good location. It will be behind the courthouse. I don't think you want to have a fire station right next to your what do we call it? Civic I'm losing my words. Civic Center, I don't think you want that with the fire trucks going in and out. So just, and as an MST board member, I should have done my work better, I guess. I might have mentioned it, but maybe not. It was discussed. So this site is one of the surplus land sites for MST. And they know that our city is interested in this site. The staff, city manager, is in contact with them, and your guess was pretty good. It's public information. $4 to $5 million was kind of the what they think it will be. They have to sell it, of course, for the appraised value. So, and that, of course, is a disadvantage for this site, but it also means that if we leave this current site, which I think is totally not good for our new city hall, of course, we can sell this over time. The problem is that the money will not come in until after you've constructed the new city hall. That's the word I was looking for. So also the MST site next to the transit exchange. Remember, 2 years from now, line 20, the bus between Salinas and Monterey will go every 15 minutes during the day. So every 15 minutes, people can hop on the bus, also in Marina, from South Marina to here, back and forth. It will be so much better connected. And that was the interesting thing about you, Councilmember Biala. You went from the view from a car. You know, look, if you go on Del Monte, I'm thinking about walking. If we walk downtown, we walk from the city hall to any of the restaurants left and right of that new site, if we choose this site. So I cannot express enough, I guess, how good I think this site will be. And I'm so happy that the committee came to the same conclusion. I think this is, just for the Cypress Knoll site, for the fire station and police station probably. We need to look at probably moving that 3rd Avenue to align with Marina Heights Drive to make one intersection. So just keep that in mind, that it might be moved. Okay. Oh, and the committee, I thought of course, it will be so nice to discuss things with them, and we can do that informally, but also when we have community meetings, which we will have, they can be involved with explaining options to the public. I think that's it for now. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Shapepi, if I think of my neighbors or people living in Preston Park or apartment complexes or cul-de-sacs around town, I don't think they're very connected to the pros and cons of whether a city hall and council chambers goes here or there. And so I want to ask you, if we didn't pick here or there, but put this on the ballot saying we're considering here or there, we'd like to let the people decide in the future here or there, how much would that detract from people wanting to support a user utility tax?
Yeah.
Or they're going to have a lot of other things on their mind, like how much it's going to cost them.
Some of the survey research may help us actually deduce a better answer than my conjecture. I see a trade-off, right? On the one hand, you'll have people who are very excited about one spot or another, and therefore they may vote yes or no based upon picking on spot. On the other hand, one of the things I heard very consistently from the committee members, I can't say it was all of them, but it was certainly a significant portion of them, and it's in the report, was a perception that the prior measure lacked so much detail that it felt like, and I'm going to use their words, so please don't, this is not me, I'm just reflecting a word, we were giving the council a blank check with no accountability for how it was going to be spent. And so they're added the perspective from a significant perspective that I heard in that group was we would like enough specificity to feel good about what this is actually going to get us at the end of the day. And my understanding is Measure U lacked some of those specifics, and it caused a lot of people to have doubts about whether or not it was a good measure to vote on. My general attitude on any ballot measure question is it wins because of two things. Do I perceive you have a need? And do I trust you with more money? And those two basics, when I look at that, are tour the city facilities. I think you'll quickly answer the first question of, is there a need? The second one of, do I trust you with the money, is built up through a lot of things that we all do, like transparency efforts and public education and community workshops and discussions. And some of that might be ameliorated if there are very tangible specifics in this. It may be enough that it's tangible to just say, we will build a facility at one of these two sites to be determined. The framework for that determination might be helpful to identify. On the other hand, it may not be enough, or we risk galvanizing a particular cohort against a particular site for whatever reason they may be motivated by. For example, I'm just going to make this is just a possibility. It could be that the houses that are on the backside of Vince DiMaggio, and this is not me advocating against Vince DiMaggio, because my only job is to convey what the committee has, but there's some portion of the neighborhood may object to it because they'll have to go put up with construction noise for 2 years. And so suddenly they rally against that particular site, whereas the reservation may or may not have opposition because it's in a commercial zone. That's not me advocating for Vince DiMaggio. I'm just pointing out the nuances of the politics of how these things play out in a ballot question.
Do you think we have enough time for the public at large to weigh in on the two sites?
I think we would, going through a series of public conversations and some of these meetings we anticipate, we'll probably hear more definition about that. But by the time June rolls around, if we're going to commit to a particular site, we're going to have that figured out by then, by the time we put a ballot measure together. That's a nuance that frankly we need to discuss with the city attorney as well, because we also need to make sure that our UUT remains a general tax and not a specific tax. So there's some nuances to that we have to consider here in our approach and strategy. Theoretically, the tax could be very general, but the advisory vote would be very specific. It is only advisory. And I don't know if city attorney, if you'd like to comment on that, the nature of that nuance of an advisory vote versus tax vote.
So that information that we're talking about in terms of sites would go into the advisory measure. It wouldn't be part of the UUT itself, because that is a general tax to be spent on, it would go into the general fund.
Okay. That question took a bit of time, so I'll save my other two financial questions for my next attempt here. Let's go to Councilmember Biala.
Thank you. So I just wanted to go and talk a little bit more. I'm sorry, could I have that map again? Sorry. Okay, so I want to emphasize one thing with the, with the sites again. The street frontage of the Vince DiMaggio is very large. Look at it. If you come down Del Monte, it is about 500 feet. If you look at the site of Reservation Road, it is about 270 feet. So that's all you have. You have a long, piece of land behind the frontage, but you could miss your civic center because you're driving along and you only have 270 feet from the street side to see what is in the front. And of course, then you're facing a lot of strip malls. So I see that as a really big issue. And accessibility by public transportation, yes, there you definitely have a big thing. But we have the MST site on Del Monte. The site for transit, yes, there's more bus lines coming into one spot, but my goodness, we're going to have a beautiful Del Monte Station surf bus stop, and we can always have another bus stop in front of the Civic Center in Vince DiMaggio, because somewhere along Del Monte Road, it funnels anyway into 2 lanes. That funneling lane can be a place that's not disturbing, the flow of traffic, and it could be another bus stop. And I'm sure the MST, if we put a civic center there, they will gladly put another bus stop there, especially if the road can accommodate it, which it can. So I'm very in favor of the Vince DiMaggio, but I would also consider any other site. I really think that it's a mistake on Reservation Road. If we wanted to hide our civic center, we hide it by strip malls at the edge of our downtown, and it's not going to vitalize our main part of downtown. Our central part of Del Monte and Reservation, it's actually closer, Vince DiMaggio, and on top of that, with all the new development going north of it. So I just have some real concerns about that. And I want to ask you, Ryder, how many people supported the Vince DiMaggio during the CAC? How many people supported
Like I
that?
said, we took maybe an informal hand raise. I would say 3 or 4 were in favor of that as a location versus the Reservation Road for the
Okay.
rest of the room.
And this is coming at the third session and coming after no information is provided about Vince DiMaggio. So I want you to be kind of tempering what you are saying about the actual committee. And I would love to be able to talk to those folks. I mean, basically the council didn't have a chance to talk to anybody because you were engaged with them, and that's great. But I would love to have that opportunity. When you say that people would like to know about the site before they went to a bond measure, in that committee, that's what they said, they would have said. But 60% of Marina were okay in a Measure U bond measure. So that it tells me that the committee was not so representative of what the general community in Marina thought. Without knowing the site, they in fact did pretty miraculous vote. The consultants were surprised that we got so high a majority for a property tax at this time and age. So I think, we have to really kind of modulate what we say now that we are considering, now that this council has the ability to consider much more than even what was presented at the CAC, at the Citizen Advisory Committee. Let me see. That's pretty much it for me. I don't know how we're going to go about doing this. I think that I'm not satisfied to say that the majority of people on CAC didn't support the Vince DiMaggio Park because there was no information when it was brought up by Mr. Lee there. So I just feel that we have to be careful in making those conclusions without adequate information for the different sites. And I think that we've already sort of, at least it seems like we've sort of settled on Vince DiMaggio for the new fire station. And that means that we're already developing that site. And I think that, the land obviously can support it. The land also isn't going to cost us an arm and a leg compared to the reservation site. So I think it deserves a lot more attention. It deserves a lot more conversation. And the public should be availing themselves as well as the council on that information. So thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Kathy. Let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I could talk about this all night, but I won't. I just want to recommend that maybe we wrap this up. I think clearly we're not going to choose a site tonight. I think there's some great discussion. I think this should come back to us. But I'm hearing two kind of general direction questions. One is, are we still moving forward with the UUT? I'm not going to answer that for everybody, but I think I'm kind of hearing some consensus there. And then 2, I mean, just kind of receiving some of the information from the committee and the opportunity to answer some brief questions of Trepepi Smith. And I think we've done that. So that would be my recommendation. If we do that, I have some suggestions on the agenda order going forward too.
All right. Thank you, Brian. Let me ask a couple quick questions and we can get to wrap this item up. The UUT is a really important piece of this whole committee effort. And I want to confirm that $21 is accurate to be the amount people will pay per month if the UUT passed at 7%. And I think you probably heard from the committee some some question that they want that confirmed. Has there been effort to confirm that or modify it?
Yes, I did reach out to Kaiser Marston and they updated these numbers as of late, like July, August 2025. They won't have any more utility numbers until 2026. So the latest data they have is correct. What this data is based on is they take actual revenue collected from all of our neighboring cities in the peninsula that they collect from UUT tax, and then they compare it to what their rates are, and they factor in jobs and some other things, but it's a very accurate number, and they compare our demographics, and based on those average numbers at 7%, that's what the average household would pay. Now, somebody in a larger house has larger use. It's very easy. They take their electric bill and water bill, and some people could definitely have higher than the average here. But this number here represents what it would be for the average user in Marina. That includes people in rental units and things like that. So homeowners would definitely be more.
Okay. Is every utility tax in different cities of Monterey County the same in the utilities that are included, or does each city get to choose which utilities are within the UUT?
Yes, you have the ability to decide which utilities are included. What they looked at was everyone had electric power, and I believe almost everyone had telecommunications, and I'm not positive about garbage.
Right. Yeah. Garbage is the one that I want to know about, but also I want to know if we know which ones are going to be included to be able to say it's $21 average. Are we assuming that's going to be, A through D, and therefore Debbie Kern said it's $21 based on A through D and not E garbage, for instance?
Yeah, we can get that detail back to you.
Okay. And then the total needed is 43 million. We need to raise 43 million plus some contingency up to 50 million to make sure because of rising prices and that kind of thing. And my question is very simple. Does that 43 million include the 6.5? Is it after the 6.5 Preston Park contribution? Or is it 43 million minus the 6.5 Preston Park contribution?
You'll have to remind me what the Preston Park contribution
There's a
is.
43 million total that we need in
Right.
this report. And is that because we're already considering 6.5 million coming from Preston Park? Or is it that it's a 36.5 million need when you think about the 6.5 coming from Preston Park?
Yeah, that's a great question. So,
Or you can answer that.
yeah, thank you.
Oh, great. Thank God.
When those numbers were initially drafted, we did not have the council approval on we were still working through the 13 million versus the 6.5. So as of this point, the 6.5 was not included
Okay.
in those numbers.
So theoretically, we could reduce 43 million needed to 36.5 needed because we've already agreed to send 6.5 from Preston Park. If we did that, theoretically, we could go from 7% UUT to 6% UUT. If we did that, would it make a difference in the success of a UUT?
Generally, on the margin, it can make a difference. It could be the difference that puts us over the edge from 49 to 51% on a particular tax. Polling data could suggest this with the FM3 authorized survey research. So that could absolutely help. And I think even more so is the threshold of staying below being the most expensive UUT or the highest UUT rate in the Monterey Bay area. And some of that also is a question of which of those particular utilities are being taxed, which obviously has an impact on how much revenue is going to be raised. So there's a lot of factors in there. Kaiser Marston has to be very specific on which utilities. I tried to assume we were going to be taxing all of it, right? Just to assume the worst case scenario of having to tax everything. But I didn't run the models. That's a Kaiser Marston number. But it can. I mean, tax number go down, vote number go up. That's a kind of a fundamental principle. As long as you know you have confidence, you can achieve the objective. Because there has to be high confidence that the numbers actually work out and people feel like, yeah, this will get the job done. We're not going to, fall short by 5 million and suddenly we don't get the thing we thought we were going to get.
Okay, lastly, senior discount. Did the committee consider senior discount?
There was a conversation about trying to find ways to ameliorate impact on certain communities and whether or not those would be some options we could present. It was a discussion point that was a consideration, and it is a common element I see in some of these measures where you can legally do it.
Okay, so was there any analysis? Hey, we've got 1,000 seniors. It's going to bring our, okay.
So to be clear, all the UT analysis came from Kaiser Marston. I did not have that on my plate, so I'll have to defer to Lane on that.
Yeah, and they did not do that breakdown.
Okay, does the city manager have any indication if that's a big hit or a minor hit, if we have a senior discount or not?
I'd have to ask Kaiser Marston.
Okay, so in the motion that we give tonight, I think it might be worthwhile to ask for some more information about senior discount, some more information about Preston Park, some more information about 6%, 7%. What difference would it make? And some pros and con analysis of Vince DiMaggio Park, Reservation Road, ADA, the fact that the committee didn't have any materials on Vince DiMaggio Park. So why would more than 4 people select Vince DiMaggio Park if it wasn't even considered? There were no maps, no real information about Vince DiMaggio Park before they said, let's do reservation. And then after they saw a lot of reservation stuff and voted for reservation, it was thrown in, hey, how about Vince DiMaggio? And 3 or 4 people said, yeah, Vince DiMaggio, with no information. So after information, we don't know what public or that committee or this council would think. But so far, we have a lack of information on Vince DiMaggio Park. But I do think getting fire engines in and out of the park, I don't know, with the sirens running, if that's good for the city hall. Here, it's like you don't hear it because it's going the other way. You don't hear it much here for some reason. Mark, why don't we hear more fire sirens here since we're so close to fire?
Well, the siren is very directional, right? So you're right. A lot of times this station is kind of heading that direction or that direction. There's not a lot of residential or call volume on this side of City Hall. So you're not gonna hear that a lot. You may hear them going down Del Monte to get on the highway.
Yeah. All right. What do you think, Mark? Just kidding. But I hope you do weigh in the future. We got to hear from fire how appropriate those 2 sites compare. Okay. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Fisher.
Thank you. I also had a question about exemptions for seniors or low income, which makes more sense to me now than because there are a lot of elderly people who can afford to pay.
Yes.
And one more practical question: how does it work to charge people for if they have Netflix? Does Netflix report this, or how does it work?
You wouldn't know if they had Netflix.
No, I hope not. I hope that people don't have to disclose. I mean, PG&E and water, I can understand.
You mean streaming services?
Yes. So
how do streaming services get?
Streaming, actually, in the last 10 years, more and more UUTs have been updated to include streaming services. And partly what's been happening is you typically were taxing cable services. As people are cutting the cord on cable, public agencies are making up for it by including streaming services as part of the UUT.
So how do they
That's
know
a choice to be made.
If she has Netflix? How do we know?
I don't know. The magic. Okay. It's Netflix. They know everything about us, right?
That's true. This is a scary part. Okay, silly question then. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Councilmember, let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thanks. I'll try to be super brief. So I was under the impression, I thought there were some court cases where internet can't be taxed with UUT, and Netflix, I thought, was not able. Are you familiar with any of that, or?
I'm familiar with federal tax. I'm familiar with federal tax policy that doesn't tax internet services, but I am also previously did some consulting work with a firm that specialized in helping update UUTs to be inclusive of cable casting services. So my last example of this, unless it was overturned in the last couple of years, was the city of Pasadena adopted a modified UUT that was taxing cable cast services as part of their tax basis.
Okay, so good. Another thing probably to have staff check up on. And staff's gonna hate me for saying this, but one thing maybe council hasn't thought of is I think technically we can choose different tax rates for different utilities, right? We could say that the more discretionary, the cable, right, is charged at 8 or 9%, but the electric and the gas is 5%, right? Like, so a lot of different options there. I think there's some complexity in asking the city to do that. But certainly something that could be discussed.
Brian, do you think that other cities have done that?
If I could type into AI quick enough, I'd probably have an answer, but I don't know.
I believe Monterey actually has variability in their different
So
utilities.
that's something we want staff to.
And actually, so while I'm asking, what are the optics of that, right? If we told on the ballot, like, hey, we're taxing the discretionary stuff higher, but your basic needs are lower, like, is that something that sways voters or?
Polling data would better indicate that, assuming we can get to that nuance of question. I think to me, the risk return there is confusion over complexity of the ballot question versus simplicity of just knowing what the number is. So I think that's perhaps more of a trade-off question that I would be more concerned with, is introducing confusion. Having said that, if we view streaming services more optional in life, and therefore assuming they're even taxable, we tax those at a slightly higher rate. Maybe that's just more politically palatable there, but I could get why that would potentially sell.
Okay. And then lastly, I'll bounce back to the facilities discussion. I think it's interesting, just something I was thinking about as we were sitting here with regard to the commercial building. You know, I've heard this big concern that there's the potential to displace businesses. That building was for sale 5 or 10 years ago. I guarantee you that's going to likely displace those businesses once it's for sale. Having the city own it is a great opportunity to ensure that those businesses aren't displaced. You know, the future will tell the story of what happens there, but I just kind of wanted to throw that out on the table. Thank you, Mayor.
I'm sorry, which building are we talking about?
The Asia Market building. With leaves and yeah.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Councilmember Viala and maybe have the last word and you can get a motion going.
Yeah, this is very minor, but you mentioned that on the Vince DiMaggio, it would be behind the courthouse. I see it, if I look at the map, it's it's right next to the courthouse. So I'm not sure how you're interpreting that the Civic Center there would be behind I
don't recall saying it. I don't recall saying
It
it.
was me saying that.
Oh.
So, and I always look from downtown.
Oh.
So, and it's the same, remember when we had the discussion about maybe Lock Pattern? I said it will be behind the library. We had that discussion about that.
Oh, okay.
I always look from downtown.
Oh,
And I look
from the
walking or
street.
biking, not from a car coming from Highway 1.
Yeah.
It's for
Yeah.
Marina. for
Yes.
us.
And I do want to say on the transport, though, how many people are going to really bike to a civic center? Like if you think about all of our visitors, how many would actually be coming to our civic centers from other places, you know, all the developers, all the people that visit our centers and stuff. I just want to keep it like, just because we foresee it. And it's not that this site would not have transportation. We have the surf line right there. We can build it. So anyway, you and I are gonna watch it, both of us, and what we say anyway. And we're friends, so that's even better. Yes. So
I love to see friends fight.
yes, it's healthy. So I also want to say that about, with the UUT tax, that we focus not so much on, because I thought that was a great idea, about charging different, but again, if we wanted to have it simple and standardized, we take the average of all of them, and that's what it is. To me, the thing that I want to be fairest about is people who can't afford so it doesn't mean seniors. There are many wealthy seniors in town. So I wouldn't want to just do those kinds of, but I'm most concerned with the people who can't afford it. So it's income based. If we can just have one exemption, I think that we would hit the heart of what we're struggling with as a council, and it would be simple. So that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Okay. Would someone like to build that motion? Councilmember McCarthy?
I'll start by building a motion that we receive a report about the City Facilities Citizen Advisory Committee, and we're providing direction to staff to bring back some information on the UUT. I guess this is the hard part where we start building some specific questions, but I think one, we heard, well, let me start with facilities. We asked staff to bring back information on facilities that includes, and I'm sorry, I guess I need help here. What are some of the questions?
Pros and cons of Instamaggio versus reservation,
Yes.
and clarification on confirming 7% equals $21.
Yes,
And give us some information about why that is, some evidence.
both of those, should I be writing this down?
Yeah.
7%.
Where's Guido?
And about, yeah, about potential discounts, exemptions.
Yeah.
Sorry, exemptions.
And Brian, if you agree with Kathy, I think you can put in this motion that we look for an income-based discount. But if you disagree and think a senior or something else should
No, and I think that's the best practice. I think that's what other cities do, is if you qualify for care, you get.
keeping it simple in that way. So bring back information that you're saying regards income-based discount. Confirming 6% versus 7%. If,
$21.
yeah, if we got 6.5 million coming from Preston Park, maybe we don't need 7% because we don't need 43 million. You might give, so I guess it's, what do you want to say about 6% or 7%? If you want to say anything in this motion, do you want them to give us feedback on if it makes a difference? You want to, or just go with 7%?
If I could just say, I think the thing we were trying to get clarity on is just, is that money, like clarifying Tori's comments on that to make sure that's right and how that models into the actual UUT. And if it can get to 6%, the secondary question is to know the difference probably requires FM3 to ask a survey question and try to segregate that and see how much momentum there is shifting the vote, which is a common thing to say, well, if you won't give the X, would you at least do Y, and see if you can pick up 3 to 5% on or not on that. It's a common polling question.
So the thought is we'll have Tori come back, and it's not just the 6.5, but as we now finish the audit, we can come back with where we are on available fund balance and unallocated fund balance, and give you an idea of better idea of what funds are available.
So right now I have the 7%, the ensuring that the percentage that we're asking for equates to the end dollar amount that
Needed.
we are saying that it's going to be. Do we want to have any discussion on utilities included? I mean, is that too early for that? Or are we just assuming we're going to do everything that's potentially taxable? Are we going to exclude anything?
Why don't you say what you think should be in the motion?
I think that we should probably include everything that is taxable. I think it makes it easy and clean.
So whatever it is, 7.6, it goes to everything.
Right.
So then we just leave it out.
Okay, and so you want to include the scenario of this affordability,
Yes.
income based.
If you qualify for an income-based program for that utility, then you are exempted.
Yes. Well,
we'll look at
yeah.
no, we'll look at different things, reduce cost all the way down to exemption, so at least we get an idea of the impact.
Okay, because it might be if you qualify for care with that utility, you get an exemption on all your utilities because you're in that group. Maybe.
Right.
Keeping it simple.
Doesn't green waste offer like a senior rate or something? But not necessarily an income rate, right? Oh, they do have an income rate. Okay.
I think we grandfathered in senior rates for green waste. Wasn't new people, but existing people.
So yeah, I'm not gonna go there. I mean, unless anybody wants to, I think.
I'd like to second it, but did you include the site things?
Yes, the
Okay,
pros and cons of both the reservation and then
Okay,
the Maggio.
Great.
Okay, so we have a second. And the new Brian wants to be clear. So we're going to ask you to go over this again in just a minute. The utilities included, whether they include garbage or not, and exactly which ones are included, what does staff recommend? What does staff want to do to answer that question? In case we want to put that in the motion.
I don't think there's a lot we need to do on our end. I mean, if the motion is cover all utilities, we'll just verify with Kaiser Marston that the numbers they put here included all those utilities. So we'll come back at least with a breakdown of all the utilities that they included in their numbers.
And if you don't include garbage, then we have another discussion where they're to add them in.
Correct.
Okay. So Brian, could you, now that you've kind of built it, can
Yep.
you read through it again?
I'll read through it, but first I just want to make a comment about the garbage. My opinion is that, we offer 3 tiers of garbage, right? That garbage is something unlike electricity and gas that you can kind of control if you really work hard at it, right? You can get the smaller one that is almost half the price of the larger one if you want to conserve, right, your garbage, if you will. And therefore you pay a much lower tax inherently because it's based off of the price of the commodity or the service. So, but the motion was to receive the report, ask staff to ensure that the 7% or the percentage mentioned in the report equals kind of the end dollar amount out of the consumer's pocket. So basically check that math. Look into potential discounts with income-based program discounts. So UUT exemptions based on income-based program discounts. And then come back with some of the pros and cons of both the Vince DiMaggio and reservation site based off the conversation you heard tonight regarding those 2 sites.
Okay, so on that for now, does the second hold?
Yes.
Brian, is it okay if we go to Pro Tem?
Yes.
Okay, Pro Tem Fisher?
Thank you. Just an extra question that I came up with now. How does it work for tenants? When tenants have streaming services, how do they get?
You mean multifamily or they're renting a house?
Or renting a house and they have streaming services? Because this will come on the property tax
No.
bills. Oh, this is separate? This was added to each bill. Each
Right.
invoice. Okay, thank you. Yes.
On that thought, the multifamily apartments, some utilities are covered by the owner and some utilities, and it varies, are covered by the individual tenants. So it's kind of a saving mechanism if I live in a multifamily housing where the owner pays for water. So I'm not going to pay UUT on my water bill because I don't have a water bill. So there's a little bit of equity built in for lower income folks who tend to be lower income in apartments, not across the board, but on average, the multifamily have less income than single family homeowners. So is it true that there's a little bit of equity there because the average apartment tenant has less utilities than the average homeowner?
I think that's a fair statement that typically your apartment owners' utilities are lower.
Okay, I just wanted, it's just a thought. Thank you, Brian. Any further discussion before we come to a vote?
I think before I vote yes on this, I just want to say that I've always been the one that has been against the UUT because I do believe it is a regressive tax. I still have a lot of those feelings, but I think we're in a position where we have to make some tough decisions. And because of that, I'm, ready to move forward and support it. So.
Okay, thank you, Brian. We don't need a roll call for this. So all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say no. All right, thanks again to the Citizens Committee. You really helped to drive this. And so we're at that point to decide whether to do 13C, which is the Dunes City Park, and to do the pulled consent agenda item. We could schedule a special meeting. We could wait till February 1st.
I'd like to make a motion to table those.
Okay.
Because they're not time sensitive or anything if we put it to February 3rd.
So I've been involved with 10G4 with Ishmael, and it's super time sensitive because there's so much that has to happen.
Which one is that now?
It's the Earth Day tree.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't know if Ishmael just wants to have an amount not to exceed 25,000 from the in lieu slush fund and to turn it over to the tree committee. Is that the plan?
That is correct.
then maybe we just
Okay,
come to
we
a quick
just do
vote.
that. Yeah, let's do that and then I
Okay.
like to adjourn. My brain is fried.
So basically, Ishmael, we want to take money that we already have in hand that's for this purpose, give it to a consultant to work with the tree committee to plant some trees and other things on Earth Day somewhere in town, and the tree committee and that consultant will help us decide where and how.
That is correct. We would have one Earth Day project, large Earth Day project, and by large, I mean, visible, not, might only be 4 or 6 trees, but, one project that's going to really enhance a site. And then there'll be ongoing projects throughout the year. And some of the things we're looking at are shoulders, walkways, trees and medians. The reason a landscape architect is needed is because we need the irrigation designed. So yeah.
So the optional locations and stuff will go through the tree committee and we'll hear more about it. This just lets Ishmael go with the consultant who he's already met with twice and the tree committee.
Correct.
Okay, so I'll motion that we,
So maybe since I pulled it, could I have a
yes,
crack at the whip
sure, go
here?
ahead.
So a couple concerns of mine. I had reached out to a tree committee member that said they weren't aware of this at all, like that this hadn't gone through them and that they were confused. So I'm a little confused. I'm hearing on one hand that it has been through tree committee and on another that it hasn't.
It hasn't gone to the tree committee.
Okay.
It's gone to Ishmael, the consultant, and I, just to see that sounds like a good idea. And he's saying, let's take it through this tree committee. They haven't heard about it because they're gonna hear about it.
Right.
No
Okay.
decisions have been made, just,
Are we thinking about any particular sites in terms of?
So because we're pressed for time, the site that we are looking at right now is Vince DiMaggio right in front of the building, in between the building and the parking lot.
Okay.
There's a huge area there that's just been overgrown with weeds. I sent staff in there to clear out the weeds, so it's looking a little more bare. We're assessing the irrigation to see how much of it needs to be rehabbed. And the landscape architect will help us plant good trees, carbon sequestering trees, things that work well here and the irrigation. And that would be the Earth Day project. Everything, assuming the tree committee agrees with this location, they may have another location. Other areas we're looking at is right across the drive here, right outside these windows is a beautiful natural habitat area. Want to do the same thing on the other side of the street here next to the playground and in front of the cell tower there.
so copy paste what's outside this
Yeah.
window on the other side of the street.
So there would be a lot of possibilities because of the 4-tag trail and the amount of trees they're removing and what they paid into this fund. We're looking at a very significant amount. Before Allison retired, she said that amount would be about $115,000 once all monies are received. So this is something that could fund tree planting and medians, which helps us get median beautification started, especially on Imgen in between like California and the highway. We could fix the irrigation, plant some trees, and then use local monies for shrubs, and we have a ton of mulch already. So we would really be able to stretch these dollars far.
Okay, so here's where I'm at. First, I can just looking at the mayor, I can see his passion. And so I'm ready to support this to get it moving. And I think that if anybody is good at these kind of things, it's our mayor and has a vision. But I have a lot of concerns. I think that our tree committee is long been due for some code review, for some real workshops, some real questions about what our goals are, what our morals are, what we seek to achieve in the city of Marina with our tree ordinance. I'm very concerned that what it sounds like is that there's a number of trees that were removed from commercial properties and that we are kind of taking this cash in lieu and putting those trees somewhere else other than the property in which they were removed from. And I don't think that that was the intent of those that created the original tree ordinance back in whenever it was, 80s, 90s. I think I've seen over the last 10 years, some trees removed, not only from big projects, but little projects that never went back into those parcels. And, I think that's more than we can bite off tonight. But I want to share that with the council that I just don't think we're moving in the right direction with our tree ordinance. And, in talking to some of the tree committee members, I feel like they feel like they're a little bit powerless, that even they don't see things maybe moving in the direction that they want. And so I think as a council and a tree committee, we really need to decide, is it worth kind of opening that book of the tree committee code and really deciding what we want to achieve or not? And I would say yes. And I see the mayor shaking his head yes. So I'm going to leave it at that. I'm ready to support it after further comments.
Yeah, it's just, we have some degraded existing properties that should look nice and they look awful. And Ishmael just came out of the blue and said, what can we do to put more trees on Earth Day somewhere? If you think of the access to the high school, we just let it go to not good. It's, so there's a lot of places that need to be revitalized, and there's some places that may be new. And a lot of this tree money is coming from Torrey pines and eucalyptus where they were thick off Imogen Parkway. And it's like, that's a double bonus. We get our cake to eat it too. Take out trees we don't want, get money in this program to put trees where we want them, and upgrade, sorry places like the high school and Vince DiMaggio Park. It's a travesty that they look as bad as they do. So he's taking the initiative to upgrade some of these sites, and past this One Earth Day project, it's going to be the tree committee to say, hey, we got all these sites. Let's prioritize where we're going to fix up first, whether it's there or high school. Gives them something to do that is really inspiring, but they should be going after the bigger picture of ordinance and vision too, especially if they want to. I think there are two different tracks that we're talking about that are both needed. All right, did you make the motion?
Yeah, I will move to approve, the resolution authorizing the professional services agreement with an amount not to exceed $25,000, and authorize the city manager to execute the agreement, and authorize the finance director to make the necessary accounting entries.
Okay, and I'll second, and we're going to go to Councilmember Ayala,
Oh, no,
Mayor Pro Tem Fisher.
Just as an addition to if it's your concern that trees have been removed and they are not being replaced where they were, it's often the project, there's no space, like the MST, the Fifth Street Station, lots of trees had to be removed, but they cannot be replanted there, or some will be replanted there, but there's no space for all. So I'm totally in favor of looking at other locations for those. And also one of my pet peeves, maybe somebody one day can take the time to go through the tree removal permits and check whether they have been replaced, because I can tell you there's a few that I am aware of that never were replaced by a developer. But anyway, so but that's a side note. Trees are so important. So,
And the integrity of that money is to put trees where they're supposed to go. So if we know of locations that it didn't happen the way it was supposed to, we have money to address those situations like you're talking about and like Brian is talking about. That's what the money is for.
yes.
So
And
that's where the tree committee can come in and say, let's put it where Brian and Elizabeth and staff have found it never happened.
Yes. So, and I wouldn't spend too much money on planting trees on this site, because hopefully in 10, 15 years, the community center will be
Right.
moved. So I wouldn't invest in too many big, large trees here, but definitely something for the shorter term. And who knows, it might be 50 years from now, they might still be here. We don't know. So thank you for this initiative. Thank you.
Okay, anything more, Brian?
Yeah, if I could just make a suggestion or clarification, this was consent, so we don't need to go to public, right? But I think on the last item, we failed, even though it wasn't we didn't make a decision. Can we just reopen? If we did fail, can we reopen and just get any last minute feedback?
The last one was a UUT. We
Did
went
we
to
get-
public first.
Oh,
Remember?
that's right. Okay,
Steve talked.
Okay, it's late. Thank you.
Yeah, it's late. Okay, all in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, please say no. Okay, and I think the thing was that we were gonna pass on the park, and Lisa was here, but so everyone okay passing on the Dune City Park?
Yes.
Yes, and I would like to apologize to people who stayed on thinking that we might get to it because of my motion earlier. So,
Okay.
thank you.
And we don't want a special meeting for that. We want to wait till February 1st, 3rd.
Yeah, it's going to take us some time to get that information.
Okay, I want to say a special thank you to staff. You were here during the earlier initial public comment, and you didn't have to be. I think it was okay if you weren't. You decided to be here, and I appreciate that you made that decision because it wasn't necessarily easy, and you knew that, and you came anyway. So thank you. All right, we are adjourned in honor of Steve Williams, who was an incredible man of Marina.